just to save my feelings. Girl, don't cry and tell me nothing's wrong. Girl, don't try to make up for the reasons. I'd rather leave than never believe. If this is it, please let me know. If this ain't love, you better let me go. If this is it, I wanna know. If this ain't love, baby, just say so. You've been thinking and I've been drinking. We both know that it's just not right. Now you're pretending that it's not ending. You say anything to avoid a fight. Girl, don't lie and tell me that you need me. Girl, don't cry and tell me nothing's wrong. I'll be alright one way or another. So let me go or make me wanna stay. If this is it, please let me know. If this ain't love, you better let me go. If this is it, I wanna know. If this ain't love, baby, just say so. If this is it, please let me know. If this ain't love, you better let me go. If this is it, I wanna know. If this ain't love, baby, just say so. If this is it, please let me know. I wanna know. If this is it, please let me know. I gotta know. If this is it, you better please let me know. Just say so. If this is it, please let me know. If this is it,
I think we'll dispense with the usual intro graphics and we'll just move on over here. And then quickly discover I did not fix the contrast on this scene. Oh, I had a bourbon last night and took a nap. Did I miss anything? I got good news for you, Kamala Harris. There's gonna be Republicans in the cabinet. You just won't be the one appointing them. Too soon? Too soon? Come on, come on. If we can't laugh, we'd all cry. There, I think I got the whole camera thing set up there again. Exactly. It's never too goddamn early. I mean, come on. Oh, Gilbert Gottfried was telling 9/11 jokes like a week after. It's where the entire Aristocrats bit originated from. He bombed his 9/11 joke so bad that he followed up with that and won them all back. All right, let's start from the top and make it drop. So we got here on a, whatever the fuck you want to call this Wednesday here. I got a lot to discuss tonight. We'll do it in bursts because one, I don't want to front load everything and just spend the first half of the show just yapping at you. And second of all, it being a broadcast, the audience is going to be fluid and you will be transitioning in and out throughout the whole day, and I don't want to have to repeat myself. So I explain everything in the first hour when I'm going to be explaining it the rest of the show. Let's see what we got here. We got Ravaging Marvel coming in with a full spread of the Rage emote. I gotta say, I'm very surprised. Like, whenever I go through, like, the reports of the sub emotes that aren't getting used or what have you, I'm always surprised that the Rage emote never shows up as being, like, one that's, like, gets used a lot. I'm like, it's a really good emote. There's fire in your eyes and you're gritting in your teeth. I'm surprised it doesn't get that much usage, to be completely honest. Let's see who else we got here. We got Bushy B, we got Midnight Wolf, Bell Blue, King Monster, Arthak, Bonbon. I am feeling those emotes tonight. Vector Man as well, Rio, Lux Alice, Golden Loki, welcome on in. Hello, Herb Emoji and Bushy B as well. Gandalf the Grey as well. A Lux. Stuffy Luffy, glad I'm streaming today? Of course I am. It's a Wednesday. Why the fuck wouldn't I? What about events? Well, yeah, if I needed a mental health day, I would, but not gonna fucking change anything. Let's see who else we got here. We get the Night of the Moon, Kira Nightmare, all the nights here. Pixie Cat Games, David G, welcome on in. Yeah, Huey Lewis, absolute bang, especially if this is it. It's a lovely bittersweet melody here. Kind of felt like it might have been fitting here. Let's see, I'm still scrolling here. I see Vim and Vitriol, welcome on in. Mr. The Exception, Drew, welcome on as well. Kit Cerrito, how you doing? A British Steel. Bit Bizarre for you, welcome on in. Still scrolling, I see a Loomer. Yeah, someone puked all over the government. Yeah, there's so many places we're gonna go with that. Hey, Drew. Justice as well, welcome on in. The only thing you're too soon about is exactly, never-ending story. Precisely, you got this. He did lose his Affleck job, though. Yes, but you know what? I still think it was a moral victory. Yeah, sure, there are 13 million votes they forgot to count. I forgot. Didn't I put a Kamala emote in there somewhere? Yeah, like, don't I have, like... Didn't I make, like, one of the FFZ ones, like, her just laughing? Didn't I do that? Oh, yeah, that one. I added that one. I forgot about that. Oh, that's a good emote today, isn't it? Where they go from there? We'll figure it out, MSK. And we're getting started over. Hey, King Darren as well. Ophelia, Lord of Demons, Ruby Snowdrop. Welcome on in. Hey, yeah, okay as well. Electric Brain. There, we're all caught up. So, well, there's a couple of upsides. One, we found out the results inside of a night. Not the result I think any of us wanted, but at least we found out in one night. Look, come on, I gotta find a look. I'll take any silver lining I can get. At least this is the last 4 years, and we have to worry about under current constitutional law. I mean, if that guy lasts 4 years, I'll be shocked. Probably hold the job down for a month and say to JD Vance, "You hand me a pardon, and I'm going golfing."
This L is at the feet of the Democratic Party.
It sure is, and believe me, we'll get to that. Clown to think of the 33 months will come back. So, if you're one of 3 people who live under a rock that doesn't have any Wi-Fi access, Donald Trump has won election and will be the 47th president of the United States. And it wasn't exactly close. The word "cumstering" has been thrown around a lot these days, but I think it's the most apt descriptor as to what exactly went down last night. There isn't a single riding district in America where she outperformed. Not a single one. Donald Trump lost votes. Kamala Harris lost a lot more. And like I said, we'll talk over that this evening. Tonight we're just gonna play any Nintendo game I can play on autopilot. And we're starting with Fazanadu, and we will expand from there as the evening goes on. And again, I have no shortage of articles and tweets and skeets and the electoral map we can have a look at. We'll probably look at the electoral map first. And like I said, we will pepper it out throughout the evening. Spoiler alert. We survived Trump 1.0. We will survive Trump 2.0. What that looks like remains to be seen. But before we get into anything vaguely resembling doomering, I want to tell you all that this is not the end. This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. Something died last night, and there's a good to solid chance something good could come out of it. But before we do any of that, it's time. You look, I'm not going into all this shit without giving you your local department store.
What's that? Another circular in the mail? It's gotta be your local department store. Your local department store is the cockroach of the retail industry. Founded in Delaware in the late 1800s, we've supplied everything from pre-stained Chesterfield sofas to Cuban collar shirts and wire-rimmed glasses for the man who shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet of himself, much less anybody else. And now, our prices have only gotten better. With no sales tax, our Delaware location is giving you the best value in the history of ever. Acid wash denim jeans, just $4.99. 4 ounces of your mom's favorite perfume, just $64.50. Top loading laundry with pre-soiled clothes, only $225.25. We've got legitimate brands, and we've got them for rock bottom, just canceled for racism prices. Get all the in fashions from Tommy Helpfinger, Kevin Klein, Gucky, Versace, Balance Ija, Doles and Gabba Gabba, and Airwalk. Come visit our food court and enjoy a Boomerino's pizza. 1 large for the cost of a story about the war. And wash it down with a Powerade from our Coca-Cola Freestyle machine that only serves Powerade. We've got all the latest brands. Structo, Revel, the Gonger, Snaplatch, hundreds of famous names. Fumblegarb. We have all your favorite home decor, including handmade artisan crafts. McCrane, Crotchet, Decoupage, Mosaics, Ike Banana, Karamikes. Come to our Delaware location for an experience like a Granny Smith apple. Disappointing on its own, but best when baked. Hey, it's legal here recreationally, so how about it? We've got jeans by Gloria Vanderbilt, Swatch, Bongo, LEI, 579, Contempo Casuals, shoes from Borders Bookstore, books from Payless Shoes. We have all your favorite discontinued foods, for f***'s sake, thanks to our purchase of an old storage shed left behind by a f***ing hoarder. We got it at rock bottom, canceled for streaming Hogwarts Legacy's prices, so suck it! Keebler Magic Metals, Kudos Milk Chocolate Granola Bars, Pepsi Holiday Spice, Coke Lime, Kellogg's Cinnamon Mini Bun Cereal, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Pudding Pies, a restraining order against your vengeful ex, Trix Yogurt! Your local department store has all the deals, whether you want them or not, so get your fine ass down here to Delaware. Yes, down, because nobody is coming up here from down south. It's all Pennsylvania drivers who forgot how to parallel park or use turn signals. So come on down to your local department store with locations throughout the state of Delaware. It's never been easier to save money or get tested for venereal disease thanks to our brand new pharmacy, now accepting like 3 insurances. Get your miserable ass down here. Do it. I'm tired of telling you. You already got the kids in the divorce. The least you can do is throw some business my way instead of lining Jeff Bezos' pockets. I worked so hard to get us out of that f***ing apartment, and now it's like, I don't know, just spend money. Buy things. I'm not saying capitalism is perfect, but it's all we've got. Come to Delaware. Come to your department store.
Should I do the game audio, or actually, I'm missing the blue thing. No, don't do the game audio because you're missing the blue thing behind your microphone. You gotta fix that. Can't begin anything until that thing gets back there. All right, now, ooh, that's about the right spot. That's about the right spot right there. Amy Oaknear, welcome on in. All right, for anyone who might be new here, first of all, boy, you picked a night to get here. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib Patricia Inga Bolgach. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of the retro, the queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-booty channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. And once we do get going here, the game known as Faxanadu or Fazanadu will be our primary game, but mostly because it's the sort of thing I have such a degree of familiarity with, I can play it without thinking. You got video games that you can just put on and the rest of your brain finds peace because you instinctively know what to do at any given moment. You don't even have to think, you just act on instinct like it's a track in a goddamn Command and Conquer game. It's like that, basically. So I figure that game is as good as any for us to have what'll basically be a back and forth round table. What the f*** happened last night and where the hell we go from there? And then, yeah, if there's any shitheads running around, the mods have orders to clap for anything less than a sea lining lib. Now, I know this has been a question. What is a sea lining lib? Well, imagine what a braying sheep sounds like. Now imagine a seal just making seal noises, and you've basically figured it out. The kind of person like, you didn't vote hard enough, and to that I can look at them and say, I literally became a citizen and voted 2 weeks ago. I did everything you asked of me. My conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. I don't know what to tell you, darling. Still trying to wrap your head around today so you can't imagine the people in the heat of it are feeling. Like I said, we'll get to that. But first, instead of having to listen to deadly premonition music, let's just fire up the intro here. Just so we can listen to some Nintendo music instead of just deadly premonition on infinite repeat here. Hey, Graham as well, will come on in. And again, I've played this game repeatedly. It's whenever someone asks Pip, what's your favorite game? This is making like the top 3 every time. I've been on a long journey. I came back to my hometown to find it is almost deserted. The gates is closed. People are gone. Robert F. Kennedy is gonna ban Doritos. And the walls are crumbling. I wonder what happened. Lack of infrastructure spending? Actually, to turn my speakers down a little bit here. How many times has a U.S. president been reelected after a term out of office? I'm trying to think. Didn't Nixon get that at some point? Yeah, Nixon was one of them. I don't know if there's been anyone else. Grover Cleveland. Oh, boy. Yeah, the name no one remembers. So suffice to say, a one-time president, or a one-term president, vacating the office either through a loss or by their own hand and then coming back and winning, extremely rare occurrence. In fact, let's discuss that a little bit more. I'm going to pull up the electoral map here because I'll give you a quick little primer, especially for the Canadians and the British people and everyone else who has no idea how the electoral college works. Let's see here. If I got the whole diagram, just about. I'm just going to pull this thing up, stretch it out so it fits. All right. This is a map of the United States of America. As you all well know, the United States is entirely surrounded by water on all directions, and Alaska is always south of California. And Hawaii actually physically removed itself from Texas with a hacksaw and then floated in the ocean. And then for some reason, Washington, D.C. is like this little circular dome that just sits off the East Coast like it's the Big Shell in Metal Gear Solid 2. Anyway, the point is, you may now, in Canadian elections, for instance, in a Canadian election, including one that may be happening at some point, the way it works there is, and perhaps, and I think to some extent this also works this way in Britain, where the prime ministerialship of Canada, and I believe also of Britain, is tied to who gets the most House representatives elected. So, for example, if in Canada the Liberals, this ain't gonna how can happen this time, elect the largest number of representatives, which may or may not be over a 50% margin, it is generally assumed that the leader of that party will assume the prime ministerialship. And I think it's somewhat of a similar manner in the United Kingdom as well, though I couldn't be completely certain about that. Canada also has a Senate, but it's appointed. It has no bearing on elections whatsoever. Hey, Banzai as well, welcome on in. Now in Canada, not in Canada, America, hey, Farwell as well, welcome on in. It's handled a little different because Christ knows we couldn't just do a straight popular vote. Not that it would have done any good in this case. In America, as a means of enshrining minority rule, by which I mean the theoretical possibility that a minority of the electorate can run away with everything here, the votes in America are somewhat handicapped, bottlenecked, whatever term you want to use, by the Electoral College. It's not a literal college. You can't go to it. If you did, you would be where it would be too much money and anything you learn from would be useless. Is Trump the first president to win the unpopular vote? He is the first Republican to win the popular vote in quite some time, from what I understand. But basically, everyone in each of these states goes and votes, and they vote for several things. They may vote for a House, they will all vote for a House representative. They may also vote for a senator. They may vote for local and state things as well. But every single person is asked, who do you want to be president? And each state, whoever wins the most of those, for example, up here in Minnesota, wins electoral votes. Each state is worth a different amount of electoral votes. Generally, it is something to do with how many people live in the state. For example, I want to say Vermont, one of these, like these ones here, they got like maybe 5-10 votes between them apiece. California and Texas have like 80 bazillion. So the idea is to rack up as many states as possible with a number of electoral votes that reach 270 or greater, which, as you can see, Donald Trump has amassed that based off of projections. Yeah, Wyoming gets 3, and that place doesn't even exist. So basically, you have to rack up state-level victories, and you chain enough of them together, you win the whole kit and caboodle. In order to have any shot at winning last night, Kamala Harris needed to take Wisconsin, needed to take Michigan, needed to take Pennsylvania. Wouldn't have hurt to have either a Georgia, a North Carolina, a Nevada, or an Arizona. Every single one of these went for Trump. In every conceivable way that this election could have gone, it has been an absolute disaster for the Democrats. A Vintage Vixen shop as well.
"2 years, 2 months, half an election cycle."
Senate Koji, thank you to 26 months. Welcome back. So basically, the Electoral College is designed to allow for a minority rule. So that, for example, in 2016, Hillary Clinton actually received more votes overall than Donald Trump. But because of the Electoral College, Donald Trump won anyway. You see this, you see shades of this sometimes in first past the post polling systems like Canada primarily, to a lesser extent, United Kingdom elections as well, where, for example, in Canada, Stephen Harper could get 33% of the overall vote in Canada and walk away with 66% of the political power by the mere way in which the votes were distributed. Did my citizenship test include a 3/5 compromise? No, that one didn't turn up in there. You figured you can get 22% of the popular vote with the Electoral College? Oh, yeah. Now, as I said, complete disaster. If you look up at the popular vote here, Donnie has at least 72 million votes. This is less than he got in 2016. This is less than he got in 2020. Kamala Harris has 67 million votes. This is significantly less than the 81 million that Joe Biden got in 2020. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that she lost votes because she's not Joe Biden. If anything, she lost votes because she was too close to Joe Biden. But we'll get to that. Hey, Marie G as well, welcome on. And How does any of this help you with effects and the speed run? Well, it teaches you not to get boiled down with liberals. She lost votes because now there's a litany of reasons why this didn't work, and again, we will get to that. We're not gonna. Is the misogyny? Of course, it's misogyny. There's a billion fucking things in play here. There is not one single silver bullet what if fix for this. But like I said, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, before we get too far into the weeds on this, there's one thing I want to point out. Now, what you traditionally saw in 2016, and you saw it sometimes in midterms as well, is braying liberals. And I don't necessarily mean like high-level actual elected officials and advisors and stuff, though there is some of that in there, running around and accusing people like me of not showing up at the ballot box, and that's why the candidate lost. That is not the case here. Let's put that to bed unequivocally. Not just because she lost the popular vote, but let's look down at some of the state-by-state breakdowns here. Let's have a look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, one of the litany of states that Kamala needed to win and have any chance here. The minute this state was called for Donald Trump, it was effectively over. The number is missing because fucking CNN's get this. No, I don't want to follow races. The races are over, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. I'll make this fucking thing wider. That's not helping. Okay, I'll make it narrower. Whatever. Anyway, Donald Trump, almost 3.4 million votes. Kamala Harris, 3.3 million votes. Now, what some people like to say, Jill Stein is a fucking idiot. Yeah, she is. She's an op. She's a fucking Russian op. She says enough of the right things, but also a lot of wild transphobic shit over there. Jill Stein would be useful for exactly one thing, and that's it. Now, what a lot of people like to say is that, oh my goodness, those third-party voters, they played spoiler. Kamala would have won if not for the third-party voters. Okay, just eyeballing it here, Jill Stein and Chase Oliver, the Green and Libertarian, also bold of anyone to assume Libertarian votes would automatically go to Kamala Harris, equals about 65,000 votes. I can't help but notice Donald Trump had a lead of 131,000. Third-party voters are not to blame here. Let's go over to Wisconsin. That was also called in the middle of night for Donald Trump. Donald Trump won with the 1.6 million. This one was kind of close-ish. Close-ish. With 99% reporting. Donnie Trump, 1,697,237. Kamala Harris, 1,668,757. Now, let's look at third-party voters here. Now, here's the problem. There's a lot of third-party voters here. You got Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who was chosen as the Libertarian's choice, even though there was Libertarian candidate. So you have at least two Libertarian candidates. You cannot, in good conscience, hand those votes over to Kamala Harris. Libertarians are not voting for Democrats. It does not happen. Especially since Robert F. Kennedy explicitly, he literally fucking said he endorsed Donald Trump. He's hoping to completely gut and neuter the FDA, amongst other things. So you cannot hand, you can't hand these votes. I don't even think you can, frankly, I don't think you can hand Cornel West votes over either. So even if you handed Kamala Harris, Jill Stein votes, Trump still wins by 16,000 votes. So again, third-party voters cannot be blamed for that there. Let's have a look at Michigan. Michigan was the state that Kamala Harris and her campaign had huge fucking problems with because Michigan has a very sizable Muslim and Arab American population, and go figure, they're kind of pissed about something right now. I wonder what that could be. They're kind of pissed off about something. I wonder what it is. In any event, Donald Trump wins 2,799,000 and change. Kamala Harris, 2,715,000 and change. Jill Stein, 44,000 votes. Donnie Trump beat her by 84,000. Jill Stein voters are not the problem here. We can look at Georgia if you like to. May as well. Let's look at Georgia here. Go down to Georgia here. Donald Trump is ahead by 115,000. Jill Stein has 18,000 votes. Third-party voters are not to blame here. Can we all unequivocally agree that third-party voters had nothing to do with anything here and none of them played spoiler? Okay? Good. A lot of people didn't vote because they felt like no one offered them anything. Your super normie aunt didn't vote for the first time ever. Voter participation, America's dog shit, worse in every election. We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna give you one more article. Well, so here's what's gonna happen. Every once in a while, I'm gonna stop the gameplay and we're gonna look at something. We will talk about the something. We will discuss the something. Gameplay will resume while we continue to discuss the something. And then once enough time has elapsed, I will bring up something else. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna pull up an article here. I'm gonna show you something and I want you to learn something from it. It will teach you something. Like I'm your grandma cutting a article out of the newspaper or something here. Trump got 1 million less than 2020. Yeah, his votes were down. Problem is, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I mean, these numbers are a little bit out of date here, but I'll just give you the raw data right here. Now, this information was accurate this morning and is not necessarily still accurate, but you get the general gist of it. Trump in 2020 had 74 million votes. 2024, at that point, when this was tabulated, it's 71 million, which at that point was a net loss of 2.8 million. Biden in 2020 had 81 million votes. Harris in 2024 at 66 million. That's a net loss of 14 million votes. Trump lost support, but Biden's 20 coalition collapsed even worse. And we'll get to why that should be. But let's get Barry Pacheski of Defector on the line here. Where's that article? Great lead-in. This place is all fucked up. Tell you what, I'm going to change the song here. Give me just a second. Just a second. There we go. Barry Pacheski, writing for Defector, says this place is all fucked up. It doesn't appear to have been close. Georgia flipped for Trump. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, too. The blue wall crumbled like Jericho's. Just about everywhere voted redder than in 2020. Young people went right. New York City went right! New York City! Kamala, though she won New York, she received less of the vote for any Democratic candidate since 1988! New York City got a little redder. Every single riding in America, Democratic support for the presidential candidate went the wrong way. There were no gains anywhere for the Democrats. Only losses. Young people went right. New York City went right. The polls said what they said, but then Americans went to the voting booth and said what they said, which is that they want 4 more years of Donald Trump. Now, remember, this is an editorial opinion. Not everything in this I'm going to agree with. I will usually denote that by saying, but we'll keep going. This feels worse than 2016. That was a squeaker, and you can convince yourself it was a fluke. The Comey letter, no Midwest Dem ground game, a uniquely unpopular candidate, belief that maybe Trump wasn't being totally serious about the things he said, or might surround himself with smarter, better people. Maybe it was possible people were voting for Trump just to seize on an intrusive thought, a call of the void. You can't tell yourself these stories this time. Trump is a known quantity. We know what he would do as president, and we know all the things he promised to do as president a second time. And millions of Americans took that into consideration and said, yeah, I want that. What do you do in a place like this with an electorate like that? You survive it, mostly, unless you don't. You will try to figure out how it got there. Got so angry and stupid and cruel that you can nudge it somewhere else next time. You do this by seeing what went wrong this time. This seems like an impossible task this morning because everything went wrong. The temptation to recriminate is strong and healthy when constructive, but feels more useless than usual right now, especially in these first few shell-shocked hours. Pick your own adventure and go back as far as you'd like. Joe Biden could have dropped out earlier. Maybe Joe Biden should not have run at all in 2020. They could have crammed in a sprint primary. Maybe Kamala Harris could have run as something other than an extension of an unpopular administration. Maybe she could have courted the right more. Maybe she could have courted the left at all. Maybe she could have been tougher on Israel, or maybe even more deferential would have gained her some more votes among the bloodthirsty. Maybe Liz Cheney was not the right person to make her most visible endorser. Maybe she should have chosen a more polished vice presidential pick, or maybe she shouldn't have muzzled Tim Walz's seemingly popular early attacks. Maybe no plurality of Americans was ever going to elect a woman, or a black and Indian woman. Maybe the demographics are fundamentally Republican now. Second-generation immigrants have gone rightward from 4 and 8 years ago, as did younger voters. Maybe that side's threats of implicit or actual violence have given it an unsurmountable advantage at the ballot box. Maybe offering more policy specifics would have helped. Or maybe they wouldn't have, given that so many voters cited a crime wave in a time of sharply increasing crime. And inflation at a point when inflation is nosediving. I have my opinions on all of these, as do you, but the point is that there is no for want of a nail in this election. No one thing that, if addressed, could have given Harris the edge. The margins were too wide in too many places. Like, spoiler alert, one of my talking points tonight is, for what the Democrats were going for, Tim Walz was a bad choice. Now you're gonna look at me and you go, what the fuck do you mean? Tim Walz is based. He loves Crazy Taxi. He hates the Electoral College. He got free lunch for kids. He enshrined in trans rights. You're right, and I agree. And for what the Dems were going for, he was the wrong choice, apparently. They bought a Ferrari and they shoved it right in the garage. You brought in the folksy guy who could have spoken to working class people, and you told him to shut the fuck up and toe the party line. He was not the Dems establishment. For what they were going for, they may as well have gone with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. They might as well have done that. If all they were going to do is... because that's the thing. If you were going to pivot to center right 2 weeks after picking Tim Walz, why did you pick Tim Walz? Why? If all you were gonna do is Muslim and tell him to shut the fuck up, why'd you pick him? Why? Why did you pick him? Anyway, just look at the other side. Ground game is supposed to be crucial. In Trump campaign, ground game was dog shit. It was. He selected a deeply unpopular vice president. He has personally offered zero in the way of policy specifics beyond raising the taxes of most of his base and running on mass deportations. He was visibly expiring at most of his rallies. He is a liar and a criminal and openly corrupt, and none of it mattered. Everything we've been told voters reject, they ignored, even embraced. Voters wanted Trump and all his malice. Even this morning's bleary eyes can't not see it clearly. This is a mandate for a nasty, venal person to keep being his nasty, venal self. You can't blame third-party voters, or hesitant lefties, or anyone but the many, many people who voted for him. It's that's not the only problem here. He ran on a platform of punishing his enemies and his voters' imagined enemies, and they turned out in droves to give him that power even at the expense of making their own lives worse. One cannot say broadly of Americans we're better than this, because we're not. A plurality of Americans hate women or people of color or immigrants or trans people enough for this to be the result. There's no Russian boogeyman this time, no Jill Stein stripping votes to help concoct a different and more comforting narrative. One of a single fixable thing. There's no panacea for this. There's only President-elect Donald Trump and the scores of millions of people who wanted him in office again, but also the scores of millions for whom this is a nightmare brought back to life. If you are in the latter group, there will be future opportunities to organize, to vote in local elections, to mitigate some of the harm, but for the moment, there's little to do and no illusions left, just a struggle to figure out how to live in this country with these people. Now again, I don't fully agree with everything in that article. I gave you a pretty good visual clue when my opinion and the IP opinion and that kind of started to deviate a little. But it does make some good points. It does make some good points. I'll tell you what. Remember, don't have negative thoughts. Remember your mantra. I mean, you can have some negative thoughts for now, but we're going back to work tomorrow. Maybe that's why this one is so painful. There isn't a Russian boogeyman or whatever. It's just support for him. Little bit. See, the thing, again, you have to remember, his support fell. His support fell. Less people voted for him this go around than last time. Less people did. Not that it stopped anything, but less people voted for him. His support is somewhat faltering, but not enough to compensate an extremely inept Democratic Party, which we will get to. Paulie C says people should have reckoned with the fact that Dems were much more willing to move further and further right instead of the obvious tactic of pulling in the left. When the reps lost versus Obama, they grasped for the far right, and Dems still thought centrists existed. Yeah? They spent an entire campaign trying to court Liz Cheney voters. There's no such thing as a Liz Cheney voter. They pivoted from calling Republicans weird freaks to being, actually, I want to work with Republicans. You know what that did to move the needle? Nothing! Her support was capped at 49% and it never raised above that.
Yeah, I'm still going to be here for the next 4 years.
Hey, I'll take a little black dress. Thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. You still voted, but yeah, the I'll put ours in my cabinet sapped your enthusiasm. Yeah, mine too. I showed up and voted for. I voted them down ticket. I did the thing libs want you to do. Your campaign had so much money. That's another thing too. They just took billions of dollars and just lit it on fire. Like one of the improvements, Democrats improved their ground game. They improved their advertising. Here's the problem. When your message is shit, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Hey, did any of you know that with 3 days to go in the election, the Kamala campaign tweeted that they were going to legalize marijuana? Did you know that? I see a lot of people saying no, they didn't know that. Why are you only tweeting that with 3 days to go? Why was that not front and center in television ad buys for months? It's the Adam Sandler. Once again, something that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. You knew that, but you have been binge watching Hassan this week. Well, that also helps. Yeah, what message? Am I implying the Dem campaign had a message? I mean, braying liberals will insist that there was a message. I'm sure at some point they'll figure out what it was. Maybe. It's possible. Could be a thing that happens. I don't know. But like, Democrats, and again, one of the points I've been hitting on for a very long time, and one of the tabs I have buried up there will reinforce, is that Democrats have been in the unwinnable position of trying to spit shine and make capitalism look like something that can legitimately serve the people, that can serve the workers, that can help people get on with their lives and live their lives. And liberalism worked out fine when the infrastructure was still there, people had money, and so on and so forth. Back then it worked okay, but now the check has come due. You could get away with that crap in the late 70s. You could even get by with that crap in the 90s. And even to a slight extent in 2008. You are not getting away with that anymore. It's not working. Yeah, Orange Man Bad turns out is not a great message. But Democrats have been stuck in continuously trying to make liberalism seem like it's some sort of fucking answer. What about exponential growth forever? Yeah, no fucking kidding. Why didn't they say what they want to do and anything that people... But that's the thing, Marif G. Democrats, and by which I mean liberals, don't actually want to fix anything. They serve at the behest of the corporate donor class. This is why I keep saying that they're trying to make capitalism comfier and cuddlier. It is an unwinnable position. You ever watch Jason X? The one where Friday the 13th goes to space? You know the guy that says, "It's okay! He just wanted his machete!" That's Democrats. That's them. Capitalism, as it stands, is unsustainable, and liberalism seeks only to continue to ensure the accumulation of capital. I'm gonna go back and fleece the king for some more money. You feel like you're not in a position to judge in the UK because depending on how this Labour government goes? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, Britain can't argue from a position of smug superiority because they're already shitting the bed over there in their own ways. The biggest problem is the media. Holy shit, the media coddled Trump. Oh, yeah. All of his behavior was normalized. If it bled, it led. Yeah, the promise of fortunes without the production of it is right. It's... Democrats perpetually have to try and argue that somehow we can make things work. We can't. It's unsustainable. You have been sold a bill of lies. When a Democrat can listen to Bernie Sanders and Cenk? Well, first of all, don't ever let them listen to Cenk. He's an asshole himself. Yeah, Cenk could be right about a couple things, but he kind of wants to genocide the homeless, so that's a little bit of a problem. Bernie! I mean, he put out a statement, but my problem with Bernie is he moved too in lockstep with the Democratic establishment in aiding and abetting a genocide. And anything he says right now, until I see action to back up words, is just him trying to do revisionism and save his own ass. Because, yeah, he put out a statement. I'm not reading it because until I see action out of him, it's all bullshit. You don't trust Cenk? You think Anna's heel turn is contagious? Oh yeah, the young turfs are just a waste. The young turfs are an absolute waste. No, absolutely no no eggs should be put in any of their baskets. A lot of don't stand for something, fall for anything energy. Right. So. But yeah, like I said, Democrats have to argue that, hey, look, we can make this work. Come on, we can make this work. Come on. Now, in fact, this should have been one of the easiest elections. Right. This is as close to a layup as it should have been. President with a failing track record trying to run again. This should have been a layup. Anyone running on anything vaguely resembling ameliorating material condition needs and legalizing weed and a bunch of other things, this should have been a landslide. Not every state turns blue. That's fucking impossible. But this is as close to a layup as it should have been. Hillary Clinton probably could have won this. Okay, I'll give Hillary a coin flip. Sort of. You swear to God the DNC was when it went so downhill? Yeah, no kidding. I'll give Hillary a coin flip as to whether she could have done it better. Oh yeah, we're not doing Hillary again. We are not. I'm saying 2016 Hillary could have hypothetically beaten 2024 Trump. 2016 Hillary could have run circles around 2024 Trump. It still wouldn't have resulted in a great presidency. So you remember when we did the EA, the Fight Night Champions thing, where we had like you had like 1970s Muhammad Ali taking on 1990s Mike Tyson or something. Like, we're talking generational candidates here. We're not talking about Mike Tyson in 1970 trying to beat up Muhammad Ali in 1970. I'm not even sure Mike Tyson was born at that point. So it's like we're doing like an eras thing or something. America is not ready for a woman in the White House. Even well, I mean, America's misogynistic like anywhere else, but that alone's not the problem. That alone's not the problem. See if I can wander on through here a little bit. But so yeah, Democrats, like I said, have been left in the unwinnable position that they have put themselves in of trying to argue that capitalism as an institution can be fixed. That liberalism is the key. That fealty to our corporate overlords will make things work. And that somehow everything, even though Reaganomics, the whole trickle-down thing, wasn't their invention, they adhered to it anyway. The somewhat misguided opinion that if you build a pyramid of wine glasses and you start pouring into the top one will start to overflow onto all the other ones. Little realizing that what happens is the wine glass just keeps getting bigger. You used to, yeah, exactly. Like there was a time where like some people may have been somewhat based. At some point, TYT was half decent. There was supposedly a time that Destiny wasn't a total fucking head case. You know? I remember when he was the straight man to JonTron going mask off with racism. Like, I could pull up that video right now. Destiny is the straight man in that video. So, hearing me talk about this and vocalize, yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, long story short, this is, on a long enough timeline, this is going to get better. There was a really good tweet last night. I forget who said it. It was like McRib or something like that. Says, looked at the popular vote and said, "Damn, Kamala losing so bad. Maybe we did steal the 2020 election." Maybe we did. That was a pretty solid tweet. That was a pretty solid one, yeah. Yeah, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib won the races by large margins in states that didn't vote Kamala. That's another thing, too. Yeah, exactly. Rashida Tlaib got reelected. Democratic Party establishment left Rashida Tlaib to die. And what did she do? She ran circles around Kamala's vote in her district. Circles! So it's not like Americans won't support a femme. Americans won't support a Muslim. Hell, what was it? We have a trans. Was it a trans House representative or trans senator we got elected this cycle? Which one was that? I can't remember. Was it a House rep or a senator? And I'm gonna pass on the Shield for now. I mean, I guess House makes sense. Okay, we have several say House, someone says Senate, but the point is, we elected a trans person to Congress. Sarah McBride in the House. Okay, thank you. The electorate is willing to vote for progressive candidates. Of course, the Democrats don't want to hear that. What's been funny to you is you've been warned not to trust TYT like over a decade ago. May have been during the first Palestinian crisis, and you've kept on them ever since, and you're not sure why. Well, you gotta understand when you're in when you're in that kind of business, when you're in what is ostensibly content creation but politics, there's not a lot of money to be made in the middle. There's not a lot of money to be made on the left. Hassan is an outlier. Hassan is very much an outlier in this. There is very little money to be made staying in the center, and there's little to no money to be made going to the left. Anyone who is yelling into an electric stick and talking about left-wing politics isn't doing it for the money. Because let me tell you, it's not there. There is not livable, put-awayable retirement money in being a left-wing content creator. You do it because you got a fire in your belly and you got to let it out. You're not online enough to know about everything that people feel is wrong with TYT. Cenk likes genociding homeless people. Anna Kasparian is a TERF. I mean, I'm sure I could go on, but that kind of sums it up right there. Suppose I could go into the dungeon. I guess that could be a thing. You know, maybe I'll actually run the dungeon. I don't normally run the dungeon, but maybe I'll do it this time. You know, maybe instead of doing a speed ride, I'll just play this like normal. Maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, where's those Soros bucks they keep saying we have access to? Exactly. Where are my goddamn Soros bucks at? Actually, Mark Maron's got some pretty solid jokes about that. I can't really repeat them because I don't have Mark Maron's backstory, but I mean, there's no such thing as it, but he likes to lean into it and act like there is when there isn't. Did Zelda 2 copy this game? I would have to check dates. I'm not sure, Bell Blue. If anything, I would accuse this of slightly cribbing Castlevania 2. You've never heard Jenks say anything negative about homeless people? It's there, but it's neither here nor there at this point. There was a point I keep meaning to get to, and I keep getting distracted. Do I want to heal up here? Is the fish vendor here? The fish vendor is not here. Shit. I'll just wander around going to the damn dungeon here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can move on that point. But yeah, Dems, like I said, have to coddle capitalism. Make it look like it's the sort of thing that can actually work for people. It can't. It can't. It doesn't. It does not. And again, you've never heard Gavin Newsom say anything negative about homeless people too. Yeah, no kidding. But anyway, again, it would be nice, like we said, this had to have been the most layup election in the history of elections. Had to have been. You got a guy who's already lost. He's been indicted. He's been convicted. He has a losing record. But the problem is, so many things just didn't work out. Now, here's an interesting concept for you. What is so stupid? You have Hulk Hogan, Paul You've lost your respect as a person for wrestlers. Oh, yeah. I mean, no shortage of wrestlers from back in the day. They're all shitheads. They're all shitheads. Absolutely. Fuck them all. Fuck Taker, fuck Kane, fuck them all. Let's go inside this dungeon here. In any event, what did the Democrats even run on? What? I mean, I can tell you why I voted for the Democrats. It's not going to be a reason the Democrats would like. I can tell you why I voted for them, though. And not least of which because the fucking braying liberals upset that they can't enjoy brunch anymore got upset. I mean, that's not why I did it, but it's a nice extra bonus that I could turn around and say I've clean conscience. I actually voted for your person, but go on. The reason why I voted for that campaign is for the 1,000,000 to 1 shot that Kamala Harris would have a stroke and then Tim Walz would become president. It's not the greatest argument, but I'm a gambler and I was willing to take 1,000,000 to 1 over 0. Million to 1 odds beat none. It wasn't the greatest excuse, but it got me in the booth. The mere notion that the running mate, Tim Walz, could get anywhere near the Oval Office desk, that was enough to get me out. Apparently it was not enough for a lot of people. They lean too much on Orange Man bad. Yeah. Because this is the thing. I mean, look, this is like an episode of Star Trek. I'm about to fundamentally explain something that everyone in this chat already understands. Everything I'm about to say is going to be agreed upon by just about everyone here. But I'm going to explain it anyway. You know how when you're watching Star Trek and Data says there's a Krablonian anomaly manifesting off the port bow. Everyone on the senior staff and on the bridge knows what a Krablonkian subspace anomaly is. They all know what it is. They went to Starfleet. They've been in space spheres. They know what it is, but the audience doesn't know what it is. So Geordi will look over to Picard and say, as you well know, a Krablonian subspace anomaly is yabbity blah 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 blah. It's like when it's one of the storytelling devices they use on Star Trek because, again, like, these people would be familiar with these concepts. They know what they are. So it's like the universal translator. They just accept that there's this doodad that translates all these foreign languages. The Klingons are always speaking Klingon. They're not speaking English. The Romulans are always speaking whatever the piss the Romulan language is, and so on and so forth. So when I say the following, you're going to agree with me. I guess we're going back. 34 counts, but on a new coat of paint, I see. But anyway, what was my point going to be? I'm not even drinking tonight. Yeah, this boss strat is something else, ain't it? You're holding mad talk. Yeah, literally just sit at the back corner and just go to town on the guy. Anyway, as you're all very much aware, Orange Man Bad is not a sound electoral strategy. Orange Man Bad serves one purpose. It says don't vote for the Orange Man. That's great. I could do that. I could do literally nothing. And I am in compliance with Orange Man Bad. Don't you want to show up and then vote for Kamala? No, you just said Orange Man Bad. You just convinced me not to vote for Trump. You didn't convince me to vote for you. All you said was Orange Man Bad. Nah, okay, I won't go vote for him. I won't do it. Not gonna do it.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Man, God, everything is a crime! Welcome to the party, pal!
Sapphire, Ghost, and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Sapphire, Ghost, and Raiders. Amos, Kitty, Mom as well, welcome on in. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogach. I mean, also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel, this fat lips, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channels, of course, and it's always well wasted. Welcome on in. Hey, Blue Tendo as well, welcome on in. What was you up to over there? We were discussing what the happened last night, and also just kind of playing for Xanadu and assorted Nintendo games on autopilot. Because this is the sort of game I can just play, and I can only have to devote like 5-10% of my brain to it, while the other 90% can sit here and scream, yeah, Orange Man bad is not a viable electoral strategy. Coral Island chilling, you know what, that is the proper response. You were huffing copium with farming games? I understand that. I understand that. We are going to spend probably the next 4 hours and change. Well, 3, 4, however the fuck it is, discussing the election. So if it's the sort of thing that you want to hear about, you know, you can stick around. If not, I get it. But I will tell you, spoiler alert, things will get better. Eventually. Some things are going to be shitty for a while, but they will improve. We, as the queer subculture, have been in places like this before. And we will be in places like this again. Growing Shih Tzu, thank you very much for the 4 whole ass years. 4 goddamn years. You believe that shit? Wait. Okay, yeah, it says subscribe for 48 months, a tier when they subscribe for 44. Whatever, I'm going with the 48. I was gonna jump on to my next talking point, but it seems before we get to that, Justice wants some mubbles. Things will get worse before they get better. I mean, on a long enough timeline, and to spoil some of my arguments after this while I launch marbles here, one of two things is going to happen. The Democrats will adapt, or the Democrats will die. And something else will take their place. One of those two things is going to happen. And I'm guessing most of you are wagering on the latter here. All right, so let's see here. We're doing one round of mubbles here. Justice wants a round of mubbles. You want some goddamn mubbles? Really? On a day like today, you want mubbles, huh? Suppose we could do that. Give me one that's like, not too fast, you know? Oh, not Raging Pin. We've been there enough the last couple of weeks. How about... Yeah, that one works. Yeah, we could do that one. That one works out just fine. Is this one of the cutscene? Okay, it is the cutscene, so I have to wait. I can't tell everyone exclamation mark play go yet because they won't actually get in. Okay, now I can say it. Exclamation mark play! All right, folks. Exclamation mark play gets you in here. The way this works is, hey, do you want to see a name in the lights? Hey, do you want to be cock at a walk? Exclamation mark play gets you in here. This is a leap to remember. Very Pink Penguin holds the track record with 1:23. And if you think you can do better than that, exclamation mark play gets you in here. We'll give you about a minute and then we'll do the goddamn thing. I know some people are like, Pam, I'm so happy you're streaming tonight. I'm like, why wouldn't I? Streaming is this thing that makes me happy. I'm gonna keep fucking doing it. This is why I toil in capitalism, so I can keep this fucking whatever the hell this thing is pure. I can make a product that exists in spite of the profit motive. This is my version of busking on a street corner or something. So the lights stay on whether the ledger fills up or not. All right, we presently have 55 brave souls entered into Leap to Remember. Now remember, Justice put 50,000 channel points into the 52,000 channel points into the pot here. And if they win, I win, the bot wins, everyone dies. They're gonna get their chippies back. Oh, I'll have to show everyone this watch afterwards. I'll have to do that. Exclamation mark play going once. Exclamation mark play going twice. Are we cocked? Are we locked? Are we ready to rock? I'm gonna take all of this as a yes. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boogity, 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 let's go ballin' now! Yes, I mean, we've been streaming for a very long time. This show started during the first Trump administration. Of course, it's going to run all the way through the second one. I mean, is the... Oh, God. Hambot... Okay, actually, if Hambot... Oh, good. Hambot died. Good. I'll say, actually, if Hambot wins, I'm canceling everything forever. But Hambot died. Good! All right, let's see if anyone's going to get a special advanced shot here. Ooh, this is up for grabs. We've got Miles Levitt, we got Angel Yumu, Hitman Legend, Kitsune Koji, a couple of people going through the titular Leap to Remember here. All right, we got Miles Levitt in the lead at the moment. Now there's no shortage of blockers and yeeters in the mix here. Miles Levitt still doing a pretty good job of getting around. Now you got to get to the colander here, and of course the problem is not just that colander and that funnel, but you've got to land this trick shot here, and you still have to wait for the cannon to get into position here. Misfit Murph Dog is going in first. Are they going to be able to land the shot? There are some obstructions in the way. Who's getting in the camera first? It looks like it's going to be Misfit Murph Dog's taking the first shot, but can he land? The answer is yes, he can.
I'm Luigi, #1.
Captain, they've adapted.
No, not that button. I wanted to change it to this music. Misfit Murph Dog wins, followed by Policy Maker, Angel U, Onion Ring, and your small fry. Kitsune Koji, G, Lightling, Mr. The Exception, Bonbon, Flounder to round out the top 10. Does that mean you're Kamala Harris? Yes. Misfit Murph Dog wins and will also take the channel track record. Previous record of a minute and 23 and change held by Very Pink Penguin has now fallen in the Electrical College to Misfit Murph Dog's 117 and 700. All right, Justice, here's the deal. You've been here long enough, you know how this speech goes, but I gotta give this speech anyway. You did not win. I did not win. The bot did not win. I'm just now realizing that the top of my green screen is showing because I moved the damn thing around and now it's sitting too far back. Yeah, whatever, I'll deal with it. You did not win. I did not win. The bot did not win. None of us came in 69th place and not enough people died. As a direct result of these inactions, your chippies are mine! But make sure that everyone thanks Justice for making that round the mobiles possible. We're going to take a real short quote-unquote commercial break. It's not a real commercial. And we're back. More of me shooting off of the fucking mouth here.
Come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. We have Hyundais, we have tuners, we have getaway cars. When you need to get the hell out of Dodge quicker than Fiat, come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Hyundai, Suzuki, Tesla. We know where you live. Get inside a Buick LeSabre for just $999.99. Where do the commas and decimal points go? Are there zeros? You tell us! We'll even throw in the optional dual exhaust so you can annoy the one neighbor who says, crack kills, whenever you bend over. Hey, a lot of people would pay to see this, and you're getting it for free, so how about you shove it, pal? Want easier gains than a needle full of HGH? Try our Hummers. Don't like our Hummers? That's not what your father said! So come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, Hyundai, GMC, Suzuki, Hyundai, Duesenberg, Harley, Hyundai. Have you ever wanted to slap on a sticker that says built, not bought, but without ever having to build anything? Check out our zip tie restoration lot. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, poor or more loaded than a gym owner on January 2nd? We'll work with all income levels. We don't even need your credit report because we know everything about you. Did you think we were kidding about knowing where you live, Robert? Do you think we don't have eyes on your family at all times? That was a really nice green blouse Jennifer was wearing to work this morning. It would be a shame if something happened to the brakes on her Nissan Murano and she couldn't pick little Bobby up from T-ball practice at 4:45. But with Kunkelman round-the-clock service, you have 24-hour support anytime your car breaks down, which it won't because you got it at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Hyundai, Superman, Thanos, Martha Stewart. Surrender to savings? Your options are limited, and we do mean limited. Barter your soul. We're willing to do business at Kunkelman Chevrolet, part of the Kunkelman Dealership Network.
Few notes before we get going here. Tomorrow night's show is probably going to be sort of a continuation of tonight's show, shooting off of the mouth about election things and just playing dumb fucking Nintendo games that I can play on autopilot. Would it be a little on the nose if I told you we were going to start playing BioShock on Sunday? I don't know, I feel like something about a story about a fictional place full of libertarians that got upset because a power vacuum was created by abandoning the proletariat. I feel like maybe there could be some themes Chow would be interested in, you know? I don't know, just a thought. We'll see how we feel. Might be a concept that could appeal to some of my demographics here. But as like I said, this show started under the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, and it will continue. I work in an office, I work 40 hours a week. Real works 40 hours a week. This is the pure artistic vision. We can exist in spite of the profit motive. Like, I know there's no shortage of people who just can't do it anymore. The economics aren't viable, or Twitch are a bunch of fucking jackasses and remove them. This show will endure. Okay, something else I wanted to show you here. One other thing I wanted to show you before I get to my next couple talking points here. Golly gee, would you look at the time? Gosh, you see what time it is? Isn't it like a nice time? Did I forget to adjust this for daylight savings? I can't remember. Golly gee, would you look at the time? Yeah, Trump watch. God, that was something else. Remember like a month ago when we looked at that website, we made fun of it? I went back and looked at it yesterday. They added more designs! And they look horrible! And the worst part is they added like femme designs. No, they have like teal and turquoise and pink and shit. But they didn't resize the watch to femme specs because femme watches are usually smaller than unisex/dude watches like this thing is. They're usually sized smaller. All they did was they just changed the colors so they're still fucking gigantic. Which means there's probably gonna be like 100 Trump gays running around with a pink watch. Anyway. Let's see, what would be another good thing for me to bring up here? Oh, this one's probably a little too soon, but, I mean, I made the joke at the top of the show, and here's me getting high off my own supply on the blue sky over here. Where's my right side fucking monitor here? There it is. Good news, Kamala! You're gonna keep your promise of having Republicans in the cabinet. The bad news is you won't be the one appointing them. You're gonna be shocked to hear this, chat, but the attempt to appeal to Republican moderates resulted in fucking nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. fact, there's a graph I need to pull up here. Give me just a second. I need to figure out where... Let me find where I actually put this graph here. I think I put it in our Discord, but I'm gonna double check that here, because if not, I know where else I put it here. This will just take a second here. Come on. Where did I put the fucking thing? Come on. Where did I put that guy's fucking skeet? Forget it. I'll look. Hang on. There was no Discord. I think I posted the damn thing in. Trust me. This is worth the wait. Yeah, here it is. The Max Kennerly skeet here. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. Now, this was October 21st, so you can kind of ignore the fact of I still think Harris wins, which obviously didn't bear out here. But any way for me to scoot this over here? Well, whatever. Anyway, I still think Harris wins, but at some point we should discuss how 2 months of outreach to Republicans produced no benefit whatsoever. All it did was stop her ascent and cap her support at 49%. So you have August 29th, she says she would appoint a Republican to the cabinet. October 21st, she taps Liz Cheney for the Blue Wall tour. She courts undecided independents and moderate Republicans. 49% at both terminuses. It turns out, completely yielding on any left-wing stuff and courting right to center and center-right, turns out that's really bad for motivating your voters. Turns out it's really bad. Because this had ramifications. You know what's also interesting? You're in a political polarization class and your final essay topic is about the rep shift to the right succeeding over the Dems' median voter theory because the population has been thoroughly soared at this point. Like, here's the thing, and you know, you can feel free to agree with me or disagree on this, whatever, but the country of America is no more racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic. It is no more any of these things now than it was 5 minutes ago, 48 hours ago, 2 years ago, or 4 years ago. The demographics have not changed significantly. The electorate has fallen out of favor with the Democrats' bullshit. Here's a good yarn over here. It's a very, very good yarn here. Now, I know Twitter is still all kind of gauche and what have you, but I do still have... I don't tweet over there anymore. My account is protected, but every once in a while, there is still something there that bears being looked at here. And I have a Jason Hickel extremely lengthy tweet here, and I agree with it because it's what I've been screaming about, but slightly better explained. How to feel about Blue Sky? I dig Blue Sky. I like that when I block someone, it blocks them so bad their quote tweets don't even work. But anyway, all the takes are correct, and yet they also miss the point. Yes, it was insane for the Democrats to think they could win by running a soulless candidate without a shred of progressive policy vision, pursuing endorsements from neocon warhawks everybody hates, while arming and funding a genocide, and belittling and crushing those who have enough morality to protest it. It is enraging that the Democrats are so smug and blind to this. But these are all just symptoms. The deeper reality is that liberalism has failed, liberalism is dead, and people urgently need to wake up to this fact and respond accordingly. It is a defunct ideology that cannot offer any meaningful solutions to our social and ecological crises, and it must be abandoned. You know, I've been harping on for months that the Democrats have the unwinnable position of trying to make capitalism seem like it can work. This is what I've been talking about. Democrats have proven over and over again that they cannot accept even basic steps like public health care, affordable housing, and a public job guarantee. Things that would dramatically improve the material, social, and political conditions of the working classes. And they cannot accept a public finance strategy that would steer production away from fossil fuels and towards green transition and give us a shot at a livable future. Why? Because these things run against the objectives of capital accumulation. And for liberals, capital is sacrosanct. They will do whatever it takes to ensure elite accumulation. It is their only consistent commitment. At home, they suppress and demonize progressive and socialist tendencies. Abroad, they engage in endless wars and violence to suppress input prices in the global south and prevent any possibility of sovereign economic development. In your political science department, they paradoxically admit liberalism has not produced what it promised, but it still insists the system is functional. Yeah, no shit. If liberals are so gosh darn great, why do they always lose? Exactly. The Democrats have done all of this purposefully and knowingly for my whole life, not as some kind of mistake, but in full consciousness that it is the interests of capital. And because liberalism cannot address our crises, and because it crushes socialist alternatives, it inevitably paves the way for right-wing populism. They know this pattern, and yet they risk it every time, this election only being the most recent example. They did it in 2016, when they actively crushed the Sanders campaign and sent Trump to the White House. They do it because ultimately they, and I mean the liberal ruling class here, don't really mind if fascists take power, so long as the latter, too, ensure the conditions for capital accumulation. They 100% prefer this to the possibility of a socialist alternative. So, progressives have to face reality. The dream of converting the Democratic Party is dead. This is now a fact and it must be accepted. The only option is to build a mass-based movement that can reclaim the working classes and mobilize a political vehicle that can integrate disparate progressive struggles into a unified and formidable political force and achieve substantive transformation. This will take real work, actual organizing, but it must be done and that process must begin now. I agree with just about everything in that. The Democratic Party must adapt or die. And I'm going to be completely honest here, their rate of adaptation is not really good. But this doesn't exactly come as a shock to you now, does it? I feel like there's a Leonard Cohen joke to be made in there somewhere. But that doesn't really shock you, do you? You get the point. So, in any event, the Democrats have been so beholden to their elite donor class, to the billionaires, of trying to make the damn thing work that they have effectively abandoned the working class, which made the Trump campaign red meat. Because he's offering solutions. They're not great solutions, and I don't even think they work. He doesn't even know what half of them are, but he's promising them, and that's enough for some people. Conversely, a bunch of Democrats running as almost one-to-one Republicans running on building the wall. Democrats ran on building the wall. Kamala Harris ran on building the wall. Trump doesn't even talk about the fucking wall anymore. Democrats ran on building the wall. What was the point in showing up if you were voting, if your choice was between two Republicans? You missed that one? What do you think that border security bill that got torpedoed is all about? It's additional funding for border agents, deportations, and building the wall. Democrats were unironically running on building the wall. There's no choice, like no choice. And when there's no choice, why the fuck do you even bother? If you're walking into your state capitol or your polling place to what the fuck ever, and you know you're gonna be standing in that line for hours just to see if John Q. neoliberal can get in instead of Jeff Q. neoconservative, what's the fucking difference? Yeah, they tried to kill the bipartisan bill. They tried to pass it. Trump killed it, and now he's gonna. Yeah, Dems promised to pass it again. Yeah, that bill had border wall funding. Before we go any further here, I want to bring up another good message here. Another really good message here. I know we all understand, as long as I'm talking this electric stick, that the law is most assuredly the arbiter of all morality, and that we all follow the law and love the law, and no one ever does any crimes whatsoever, and everyone is always in perfect fealty of the state and all that shit. All right? We all in agreement on that? Good. 1. Do not talk about committing crimes in public. 2. Social media is public. 3. Do not write down what crimes you want to commit. 4. Text messages or writing. 5. Don't trust the new person who rolls up and has a plan for the crimes. 6. That person is a law enforcement officer until proven otherwise. You remember that first guy who tried to whack Trump? Let it be officially known the Queen Pip is not endorsing in any attempt trying to assassinate a presidential candidate, president-elect, or president. Don't whack people. Please don't ever whack people. As I sit here and I stand this electric stick, I say, do not whack people. Do you want to know why? But for him, that person being unable to work their damn gun, why it failed? Or how, not so much that it failed, or why it almost succeeded? If not for the fact that guy was a lousy shot. No moving parts. It was one person. You can't have intelligence failures and all of that shit if there's no moving parts and none of it is online. Again, I am not endorsing whacking people. I ain't saying that. What I'm saying is that nearly worked because there was no paper trail. Take that part away from it whenever you're doing stuff. The things you're not doing because you're not committing any crimes. Yeah, a secret is no longer a secret when someone else knows it. Exactly. Meanwhile, that guy who just tried to blow up a Tennessee power plant wrote it all down and thought the feds he was plotting with were fellow patriots. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who rolls up and says, hey, guess what? We're gonna go egg the cop station. That's a cop. That's a cop. And they're trying to make a quota. Anyway, I gotta take that Matic and go over to the next town here. I think we're still gonna be playing this tomorrow night at this rate. What can I say? It's a game that I can do a lot of stun locks in, but I can pick up the pace whenever I want to as well. I love this game. I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, some things make it shitty for a while. On a long enough timeline, something good will come from this. It may take some doing, but we are all still here. Every day you're still here is a goddamn victory. I know that may not sound like much, but it is, trust me. Every day we're still here doing what the piss it is we're doing is the victory. And again, it can be scary to look at those margins in the election and go, oh my God, the country is shifting more and more to the right. It isn't. Like I said, this country, America, of which I just became a citizen like 2 weeks ago, this country is no more racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic than it was 5 minutes ago, 48 hours ago, a year, 2, 3, 4 years ago. None of that has changed. The Democrats pivoted to center right and left their own people behind. They completely abandoned any pretense of appealing to left-wing voters, to liberals. People with principles won their Senate seats generally. They won their House races. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. One can argue, I know AOC's name's been run through the mud a couple of times. I'm pretty sure she won hers. She's not perfect. Anyway, did I remember to get the mantra while I was there? I don't know that I did. People with principles, people who genuinely want to help people, those people are winning. We have a trans House representative, for fuck's sake. When principled people, when people who have plans, when people who are representative of the electorate run, these people win. When Democrats run rich establishment jagoffs whose idea of solving the housing crisis is, oh, let's just build new houses, these people lose. Completely random aside here, my TikTok algorithm has shifted into housing inspections for brand new constructions. And the things I look at these things and go, oh my God, I wouldn't buy a new house if you put a gun to my fucking head. Like, Jesus Christ, the things I'm seeing. Sump pumps that have been carpeted over, for Christ's sake. Yeah, you would buy your land and maybe build your house, but yeah. Just, like, baffling fucking things. Anyway, I used the matlock to get through that wall over there, and there's this little problem with that wall over there. You know, the wall that we knocked down because the border funding bill wasn't there. You use up the mattock, and it's a consumable. And the problem is if you leave the scene and come back, the wall is rebuilt. So don't use it unless you plan to go through there, because your hair just ain't gonna look right, you know? Hey, happy shitty Wednesday, Trashy Queen. Welcome on in. So yeah, they had no answers. And again, they appealed to a hypothetical Republican moderate vote that did not manifest and frankly does not fucking exist. I would not be completely shocked if 5 days removed from this, Liz Cheney is getting a check from the RNC saying thank you very much for your op. We appreciate it. Here's your check. Like Jill Stein is the Russian op. Yes, she said very nice things that I would approve of about what's going on in Gaza, but on everything else, she's completely shit ass. If you produce anything vaguely resembling evidence that shows Liz Cheney has been an op several years in the making, I will believe it. You show me her even winking at something and I'll go, it was a fucking op. Because, once again, if it was an op, or it was Liz Cheney just being sincere, what any different would happen? What would have been any different in those two circumstances? Nothing! Yeah, do what you gotta do over there, Drew. What would be different? Nothing! There would be no fucking difference. Yeah, Liz Cheney says post-birth abortion is real. Exactly! And these are the people the Democrats said, oh, let's put these people on a bus and send them around the fucking country. That is who the Democrats pinned all their hopes on. They literally align with the Leopards Eating Faces party. Also, Dems are known to use the same campaign advisors as reps, but unfortunately, if your job was to build successful rep campaigns to a point, you know what you're getting. Yeah! Like there was genuine hope when Joe Biden finally got the keys taken away from him. Everyone said, you're too drunk, Joe. You can't do this anymore. I'm taking your keys away. Get the fuck out of here. Everyone looked at him and said, get out of here. There was genuine hope. Genuine hope. And I mean, I was optimistic too. I was not entirely pissed off with the concept of Kamala Harris running. Before Biden pulled out, This would have been a tweet, but unfortunately I nuked basically all of my tweets, so regrettably I cannot go back and reference this. I'll resume that in a second. New construction seems fucked in general. The building you work in is less than a year old. The ceilings are crackling. The lights on the other side of the building are flicker randomly throughout the day, and they painted directly on the drywall when it wasn't drywall. Oh, God! See, that's what I'm talking about. And Kamala's great answer was more of that. Never mind the fact that we got shitloads of houses no one's living in. That was her answer. Just build more shit houses. Again, neoliberalism made a hell of a lot more sense when the infrastructure was still there and regulations were in place. That's not the case anymore. But anyway, before Joe Biden pulled out, dropped out, got the keys taken away from him, at some point I had a tweet. Now, I can't reference it anymore because I nuked my Twitter account because I objected to the concept of Elon Musk being able to use all my shit to train a stupid fucking AI. So I literally used the service, deleted all my tweets, and then I privated my account, and now I don't even post on it anymore. Except to tell people that I'm not posting on it anymore. I compiled a list where I argued, you know what? At this point, Biden kind of has to stay in. And my point was, who do you replace him with? The whole notion of Biden running is that it was supposed to be a transitional candidate. He was supposed to foster the Star Trek The Next Generation of Democrats. That did not happen. Did not happen any one way whatsoever. Who the fuck do you replace him with at that point? I rattled off a shitload of names. And not a single one of them had national name brand recognition. Cory Booker? No. What's the name? The Minnesota lady? No. Amy Klobuchar? I even put Kamala Harris in that list and I said no. Gavin Newsom? Even right now, Gavin Newsom's a no. He does not have national name recognition. He thinks he does. He doesn't. He doesn't. He can sit there and insist that he does. He doesn't. He doesn't have the chopstick. 2028, gruesome Newsom is gonna be probably the candidate. Fuck. Anyway. But at that point, I was like, Elizabeth Warren? Yeah, she's not the answer either. I'm sorry, she's a little bit too wackadoo. No one's voting for her. Piv, that's sexist. No, people can't comprehend the idea of this white lady running around insisting that she has indigenous heritage. I suppose that might actually be true, but I feel like it's not reflective in any of her policies. And Bernie Sanders is never gonna get it. They're never letting him. I mean, whether they would let him anywhere near it or not, he's too fucking old at this point. Look, Senator Bernard Sanders is certainly faulted this year, but I think we can all agree he's staying there going, why didn't you people just go in and let me run for office and run this whole thing? I could have retired and enjoyed the sweet embrace of death by now. Instead, I gotta sit here and see if I can foster a new generation of people. Did you like that Bernie Sanders impression? I'm workshopping it. It needs a little bit of work, but it's getting somewhere. So it's like, based off of national brand name recognition alone, who the fuck do you replace Biden with? There was no one who was an equivalent. But you also have to remember, Biden's been around since Nixon. So it's like, who the fuck do you replace him with? And then he backs it anyway, and the Democratic establishment chooses to coalesce, whatever the term is, around Kamala Harris. And you know what? We all had a little bit of hope at that point. Pelosi. No. Pelosi. Oh, I needed that. But anyway, I'm just running around grinding money at this point. See, Pelosi's problem, here's one big problem with, why am I pausing when I'm doing these things? It's not like I have to pause the gameplay. Here's the problem with Pelosi, aside from the fact that she's too old. Any of you familiar with Mystery Science 3000, Riff Tracks, all of these things? I'm going to pull up a clip from one of those things, actually. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to pull up a clip from one of these things here. Is Pelosi stepping down? I believe if there's some sort of fucking miracle and the Dems take the House, which I don't think happens, I think she's already said Cory Booker's the Speaker of the House, but I forget. I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm pretty sure the House is gone at this point. I don't know. Anyway. But anyway, the mass thing is at least if the Dems took the House, she's not going to be Speaker of the House. She's going to go retire and be useless somewhere else. I'm pulling up a clip of the riff tracks for, do I have the riff tracks for Transformers? Yes, I do. Okay, I'm pulling that one up. Give me just a moment here. Open with VLC. I have to, I can make sure everyone doesn't go deaf here. Turn that down. Make it a little bigger so people can see it. Let's see, I need to find one particular spot in the movie here. It's right after they all get kidnapped by John Turturro here. It's a miracle I actually remembered his name, because I usually forget that. So let's see here. There we go. So 224. Alright, so let's see here. This is the portion. Now, this is the 2007 film Transformers, the Michael Bay version. The riff tracks is layered on top of it for ease of use. You're going to hear a joke here in just a second.
You tell him, sidekick guy.
I will hunt you down.
I'll hunt you down.
Without any remorse.
No remorse.
Okay?
You've got to alert everyone.
They already know. Speaker.
I just phoned Speaker Nancy Pelosi about this.
That joke is from 2007! And that's the problem with Nancy Pelosi. Or maybe 2008. One way or the other. The fact that that joke still worked up until like a year ago is part of the problem. Now I suddenly don't feel like the Crypt Keeper. Exactly. That joke still worked is the fucking problem. She should not still have been in a position to be Speaker of the House 15 fucking years later. Absolutely not. Ooh, free red potion. Don't mind if I do. But anyway, to get back to the point I was making here. As Joe Biden drops out. It was wild because I was mowing the lawn when it happened. And when I mow the lawn, I don't have my phone on me. I usually just put on like a podcast or something. On like a device that I have in airplane mode. And I mow the lawn. It takes anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour, depending on how much of it I'm doing, if I do any yard work afterwards, so on and so forth. And I get in the house, and Rio says, "You're not going to believe what happened." I'm like, "What?" Biden dropped out. I'm like, fucking what? And then, yeah, you know, there was the initial who's going to take his place. It's like, what the fuck do you do? Do you do a fast primary? Do you just you just circle around someone? And everyone decided to go with Kamala Harris. Even my big, beautiful boy, J.B. Pritzker, was behind it. He said it was cool. Damn, for the love of fuck, you will run Pritzker in 2028 and you will not fucking think twice about it. Again, if the Dems don't run Pritzker in 28, they don't want to win. They do not want to win. He may not have national name recognition, but he's a big, rotund, rich guy from Illinois. He's one of my mob boys. He's the nice, acceptable, democratic version of my problematic fave, Chris Christie. Who is J.B. Pritzker? He's the billionaire governor of Illinois. He's the heir, I think, to the Marriott, one of these fucking hotel chains. His family owns one of them. I don't remember which one. He's a billionaire. But he's a billionaire who has figured out that the way to get the public to idolize and love you is to give them the things they want. He's figured out the cheat code. Oh, enshrine trans rights? Yeah, fuck yeah, let's do that. He figured it out. Everyone's like the good capital owner. He's literally like one of the only ones. And that's until they figure out where his bodies are buried. So they figure out that he's got like a hidden Nazi paraphernalia collection or something. Please don't let there be one of those. Please don't let there be one of those. Please don't let there be one of those. But yeah, he's figured it out. If you go to Northwestern University, Illinois, the Big Ten school, several buildings have his name on. Exactly, tiny gay party hats. And my character leveled up here as well. So they agree, all the people, the power brokers go, all right, Kamala Harris. And then for a brief, like 2 weeks, like at least half a week, there was genuine excitement. Joe Biden has stepped out of the race. Someone else is coming in. Someone who could have new, exciting ideas. Someone who has a blank check to change things into a different direction, can do almost whatever the hell they want. And the minute she started affirming support for Israel, that's when the caution signs started getting thrown up. But, and Kit Cerrito is bringing me to my next point here. There was a shining beacon through the clouds of concern. A bright, shining, beautiful beacon that was shining off of Tim Walz's shiny head. Tim Walz, the guy who coined the line of attack phrase, the Republicans are a bunch of fucking weirdos. And let me tell you, that line got to them. There are so many things that fascists and would-be fascists will stand for. They will stand for being loved. They will stand for being hated. They will stand for being feared. They will not stand for being ridiculed. And he found the line of attack that worked. He figured it out, and we all ran with it. We thought we accused J.D. Vance of being a weird couch fucker. Every single Republican was like, we're not weird. You're weird. You're the one who's letting trans people go in bathrooms. Everyone's like, why the fuck do you give a shit? Why are you devoting any time in your fucking head to wondering who the fuck's in a bathroom with you? You know what I do when I go in the bathroom? I go in, I piss. If I'm feeling exotic, I take a shit. I wipe. I get out of the stall. I wash my hands and I fucking leave. I don't know who's in there, and I don't give a shit. I am in there to give shit. He figured out the line of attack, and everyone ran with it for 2 weeks. They ran with it for 2 weeks, and then it was never heard from again. Because the line of attack switched. The line of attack switched from Republicans are weird freaks you shouldn't allow anywhere near children to I want Republicans in my cabinet. And that's when her support never went above 49%. She went, no, actually there's some good Republicans and I want to work with the good Republicans. Who decided that? All the fucking Biden campaigners who got in and wrestled control. when Waltz was first announced, you remember he was so amped to destroy JD Vance in a debate, and then it was underwhelming. Yeah, like they opened up and said, "Hi, what would you do about Israel?" And then because you told him to shut the fuck up about Gaza, he has to sit there and go, "Oh, I don't know, nukes or some shit like that." Because that's the thing. You brought in Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz is a progressive. He has run on free lunches for school children. He has run on enshrining trans rights. He has run on enshrining abortion. He is as close to a progressive as has ever been anywhere near a Democratic presidential ticket since FDR. And you know what they did with him 2 weeks after putting him on the campaign? They told him to shut the fuck up. They muzzled him. And at that point, it was at that point that he was the wrong pick. Now, I said this at the top of the show. And this is why this statement comes with several asterisks. I said at the top of the show, and I'll repeat it. For what the Democrats were going for, Tim Waltz was the wrong choice. Now, for all the various reasons I just pointed out, Tim Waltz is pretty based. The Republicans never found any dirt on the guy. He was squeaky clean. They somehow, the only thing they found anywhere vaguely near dirt on him was a misconception that he had somehow embellished his military service, which he did not. That was all they were able to find. That was it. Nothing. There was no bodies in the closet, no gay lovers, no diddling, no spending scandals, nothing. The man was squeaky clean. Republicans were pissed when he was chose because they had no op-4 on him. They had nothing. And the Democrats said, "Shut the fuck up. You need to toe the neoliberal line." And when they did that, the whole point of having him be the vice presidential pick in the first place was moot. There was no point in it. Now, the favorite, the neoliberal and conservative and establishment pick would have been Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. And he's weird. Not Republican weird, but he's weird. He talks like he's Obama. But he toes the party line. Traditional Democrat, whatever the hell you want to call that. And he was the governor of a swing state. Exactly. He's big time pro-Israel, big Zionist, which is what the Democratic Party establishment is all about. He could have delivered a swing state. Could have. But again, for what they were going for, they may as well have just picked him instead. Now, the one thing that gives me pause on that is all the Republicans saying that they should have picked him. Makes me go, they must have had some kind of dirt on the guy. And because he's not running now, they're saving him for when he inevitably does turn up on a ticket or gets the nomination or whatever. Yeah, they try to say Waltz was sucking and fucking across China, and I'm like, who amongst the Republicans isn't going sucking and fucking anywhere? Also, I am completely incapable of climbing ladders tonight for some fucking reason. I keep falling down. What the fuck? Can you just climb that ladder, please? Can you be like running up that hill, but climbing up that ladder properly? Come on now, come on. Come on now, this week. Alright, it's because I gotta get... There you go. Fuck me sideways. So there. So yeah, for, again, what the Democrats were going for. What was the point? What was the point in giving Waltz the VP nod? What was the point? What was the point of it all? There was no point. May as well have just put another establishment goon up there. You might as well have just done that. And again, like I said, I like Waltz. I like a lot of things Waltz has done. I like a lot of things Waltz will continue to do. But for what they were going for, he was not the pick. Are you familiar with the expression, you don't use the broadsword where a scalpel would do? The right tool for the right job? Something similar. Buying a Ferrari and then leaving it in your garage. What's the point of it? So yeah, there had been optimism after Biden dropped out that maybe Kamala would do something different, but she didn't do a goddamn thing different. She went on The View and said there was nothing major she would change about the Biden administration. She walked in lockstep with the Biden administration. Did not want to disparage the guy. Did not want to sit there and go, with respect to the president, and I see a little different on things, and I'm going to go in a different direction. Did not do that. Did not do that. Republicans ran on immigrants are coming in and murdering people. Yeah, you know what the Democrats went with? Oh, they didn't even reply to that. They just basically went, yeah, we agree. They went, actually, yeah, that is happening. It's not. Did not bother to contend any of these things. As a completely random aside, do you know how all this fentanyl's getting into the country? Americans are bringing it across the border. It isn't being brought over by people seeking asylum. These people get searched at the border. It's being brought across by Americans taping them under their cars or putting them in with the spare tire. That's where all these drugs are coming from. But they tied the two together, and Democrats chose not to challenge it. Yeah, what would Biden have done if she bucked him? Fired her? Exactly. Because again, if Joe Biden's policies were popular, he'd have still been running. Yeah, he's gone in the head just about as much as as Trump is, but if his ideas had been popular, he still would have been running. And for some reason, this just never got through to the fucking Democrats that trying to continue an extremely unpopular administration whose approval rating was perpetually in the tank. Somehow they thought continuing that was a winning play. We're going all in on the suburbanites. Got none of them. Yeah, if they were popular, we'd have won him in the first place. But that's the other thing. That's the other thing now. Liberals look at 2020 and go, oh my God, literally 81 million people all wanted Joe Biden. 81 million people did not want Joe Biden. 81 million people said, I want Donald Trump out of here. 2020 was a repudiation of Donald Trump. Under no circumstances was 2020 ever an endorsement of Joe Biden. You could have put a fucking wind-up monkey as the Democratic nominee in 2020, and it still would have won. You could have put an actual shit sandwich up there, and it would have beaten Trump. At that point, we were done with the guy. The literal shit sandwich or giant douchebag would have won. Now, all the polling said, and again, this is a lot of things that went down in this year. Polling suggested that a generic Republican would beat Joe Biden. Conversely, they also said that a generic Democrat would beat Donald Trump. The problem is, Kamala Harris is not a generic Democrat. She is a continuation of the Biden administration. She ran as a continuation of the Biden administration. Her policies were the same as the Biden administration. They were copied and pasted from the Biden administration. She was not a generic Democrat. She was Joe Biden with tits. In minus 18 years and minus 22 years. And a couple other things that are different, but not that it fucking mattered. The Biden campaign continued unabated. She was not a generic Democrat. And all the warning signs were there. See, here's the thing. Did you look at any of the approval ratings of anyone involved at the top level of these tickets? Kamala Harris, deeply unpopular. Joe Biden, deeply unpopular. Donald Trump, deeply unpopular. J.D. Vance, deeply unpopular. Tim Walz, popular. Tim Walz is the only person on any of these tickets with a positive approval rating. People like the guy. But again, they told him to shut the fuck up. They told him every day, shut the fuck up Friday. Every single goddamn day, shut the fuck up Friday with him. Yeah, she wasn't generic, she was soulless, right. Biden had the entire corn pop story about his kids playing with his leg hair. Ooh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Alright, I gotta fly into the sky here. Yeah, they hushed Bernie Sanders in 2016. Yeah, they rat-fucked him. They completely rat-fucked him in 2016. Completely. Like, that's not in dispute. They completely rat-fucked him. He had all the momentum in the world, and the party said, no, it's not happening anymore. This is the coronation for Hillary Clinton. And one thing I need to do sometime is I need to find my Hillary Clinton lapel pin. I you know that H logo she had? I have a lapel pin of that somewhere. I have to find it and put it somewhere as some kind of like a war trophy or something. I didn't kill someone and take it like it's a German Luger or something. I had the audacity to donate to that campaign way the fuck back when. We're like, and that's how we arrive at what we have today. That's how we have every battleground state lost. There's so many reasons that go into it. The Democrats, again, going all in on liberalism, not a winning play. Like the rallying cry in 2016 was Hillary didn't go to Wisconsin. The rallying cry this time around, and there's a little bit of merit to this, is she didn't do Joe Rogan. Trump went on Joe Rogan. It was a weird, stupid, fucked up interview, but he went on Joe Rogan. Kamala didn't go on Joe Rogan. You should have gone on Joe Rogan. You should have fucking gone on there. What was there to lose in going on Joe Rogan? Because here's the problem too. Is if you're into anything online, you're into gaming. Like if you're a guy and you're into stuff, if you're into gaming. You're into like cars, fitness, whole bunch of other things. A lot of that shit is coming from people who skew center to center right. I mean, take this program for example here. Most nights I am not gonna be rocking the political content classification label. I'm using it now for somewhat obvious reasons. I'm screaming about the election for another 3 hours. And I kind of figure that behooves the usage of that tag. But generally, politics and what have you are a very minuscule portion of this program. What I do is I just sneak it in. I sneak it into the product. We'll be playing BioShock and I'll be winking and nudging into the webcam half the fucking time. Hey, Artiga. Hello, Aritagas. Welcome on in. And Matt, and you've been here for a minute, Matt, but hey, how you doing? But like, there is an entire like, one of the things they talk about frequently in left-wing areas is about building dual power structures. Structures that exist outside of electoralism, that can do advocacy, that can do the work that's needed to help people out. The right has those things, but they're not used for actually improving anyone's lives. They're used for massive disinformation and directly beaming information to people who aren't generally going to question it. And Democrats have no equivalent for this. They don't. None whatsoever. I mean, It's not the sole factor, but it's not doing anyone involved any favors. Kamala didn't lose the election because Elon Musk was puffing up Trump, and Dana White was puffing up Trump, and Joe Rogan was puffing up Trump. It didn't help, but that's not why she lost. She lost because, for the litany of reasons I have outlined tonight and more, the Democratic Party has functionally given up on the working class voter. They're all on the suburbanites, people who already got theirs. You may be going, Pibby, are you an advocate? Do you do a lot of work? Do you remember that Skeet I brought up earlier about how you don't write things down? That's all I'm willing to say on the matter. What I am is a class trader. I am an entry-level advocate. I am essentially John Oliver playing a video game with titties on. Except my accent's not as weird as his. Did I forget to buy another key? Shit. I am an advocate and a class trader. I am a gateway drug. If you want to learn more, if you want to do more, you will not get that from me. And you shouldn't. A lot of what goes on cannot and should not take place on the internet. It shouldn't. I also remember that story about the thing that went down in Bucks County or wherever the piss that was, involving a guy who apparently played a lot of Call of Duty and thought that he knew how to work a damn gun. And how you just don't put things in a goddamn internet. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying there's some things you just don't put on the internet. I need to get that. Oh, I've still got the ointment on. That's why I can't make it appear. I'll have to sit here and wait for a second. But at best, I am a gateway drug and a class trader. I am theoretically one of these suburbanites that the Democrats would be appealing for. Now, granted, it's only because Ryu and I don't have kids. Well, we don't have human kids. We have two silly cats. That hardly qualifies. I'm not getting a federal tax assistance credit for that sort of thing. Wait a minute. Also, how is it that Kamala Harris used the crazy cat lady thing or whatever as a rallying cry and then didn't come up with some kind of federal assistance grant for, like, pet ownership? Like, come on, it was right there. It was right there and you didn't take it. But anyway, just keep doing this until the ointment reappears here. But yeah, in theory, Ryu and I are these kinds of people that Democrats be going for. We own a home. Well, we have a mortgage, but we own it, and we're doing very good at the payments on it, the upkeep, and the money associated in fixing the damn thing up. We do quite well for ourselves. That's why, again, I'm not always holding out the fucking whiskey glass and go put some money in the jar. I don't do that because I don't have to do that. We do very well for ourselves. That's why I'm saying, look, if you see something and you like it, you want to put some money in the jar, knock yourself out, but I ain't gonna force it on you. That's not a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Nobody has to do that in response to what I just said. I'm just using it as an example here. Ryu and I do very well for ourselves. I am liberalism, and both liberalism and conservatism, so ultimately anything that is in service of capitalism, I am expected at some point to go conservative because in theory I have something to conserve. I have assets in the form of a house, a paid-for car, 5 figures in a bank account. At some point I am expected to be someone who turns crotchety and pulls the ladder up behind me. I don't do that. I advocate for things. I work for things. You can't know what those all are, and I'm not asking anyone to go build some kind of weird lore. Don't. I do whatever it is I do. But like, if you genuinely want to learn more beyond what I'm telling you, you'll have to get it from someone else. And I'm saying, there's no shortage of, I mean, not just on Twitch, but in your local community. Like, in terms of which, there's no shortage of great people out there you can learn a thing or two from. I mean, the easiest dance in the world is Hassan. You know, he's got some things that maybe we don't all agree with, but most of his horses are pointing in the right direction. You got Gremlo, you got Hannah Reloaded, you got everyone who got clapped from the goddamn TwitchCon panel. You got all of those people. When they all get back on, you've got Capri Sun, you got Denims, whole bunch of fucking people. No shortage of Gremlo. Did I say Gremlo already? Gremlo. There's no shortage of people out there. Struggle 4. Pip, you know that's not Struggle 4 his actual name. Well, look, I don't like to use names of people I'm not personally acquainted with, so I'm just going to go with the username. There are no shortage of good people broadcasting all hours of the day who can teach you a lot more than I ever will. I'm a silly person playing video games, just sneaking it into the sauce. I'm the one who sees something terribly regressive happening in a video game and staring at the camera like I'm Jim in the fucking Office. I'm gonna be the one hearing Andrew Ryan give his stupid fucking speech, and then all that's missing is the rapid zoom in on the camera and me just going, you know? Like, I'm flattered you all think I'm pretty cool and stuff. I mean, I like to think I'm pretty cool, but I am not the be-all, end-all. I have never purported to be, and I will never be that. And one of the things that is going to suck for the next while is if you're the sort of person who doesn't have a lot of local resources to lean on, be it friends, family, or an organization, there's going to be some growing pains. Yeah, Medicare for all that includes pets, a 530 electoral suite. Fucking A right. But yes, if you're the sort of person who doesn't have a support system set up, like, there are going to be some growing pains. You may need to go out into the world and find out what's out there. Lean on your friends, find out if there's organizations in your area that can help you. A lot of this stuff is not going to be on the internet, for reasons I've outlined throughout this broadcast. Paper trails and digital trails attract cops, and what have you. That's not to say anything illegal is going on, but it makes the real easy thing for shit disturbers to find if there are digital paper trails. So there's going to be some growing pains. There absolutely will be. But there are genuinely good people out there. Not all hope is lost. Again, there's a lot of people in this country that when you just remove the names and the colors off of it, actually agree in progressive ideals. An overwhelming majority of Democratic voters, a solid majority of independent voters, and a thin majority of Republican voters actually agree that we should stop arming Israel. Majorities across all three traditional ideological American leanings all agree that we should stop sending weapons to Israel. Even Republican voters can agree that trans people are being unfairly targeted. They may not agree on whether they should be able to participate in traditional sports, but they can all agree they're being unfairly screwed over. There are genuinely good people out there who want to make the world a better place. The problem is the people in charge don't want to give it to them. LGBT rights, over 60% approval in the country, over 60% for path for citizenship for immigrants. Exactly! When presented with mass deportations or path to amnesty, even Republican voters agree amnesty is the play. But liberals and Democrats and left-wing voters they went to the ballot box, and in a majority of cases, all they were staring at were Republicans. Some of them just had D's next to their names. And I brought this up earlier when we looked over the electoral maps. Wine mommies and liberals who are pissed off that brunch is canceled can't sit there and wag the fingers at lefties and third-party voters and say, how fucking dare you, if you'd actually shown up and voted for Kamala, she would have won. You can't do that. We looked at the goddamn writings to start the fucking show. We looked at them. In so many cases, if you handed over Jill Stein's votes to Kamala, she doesn't cross the threshold. In some cases, if you handed every single one, even the ones that don't make sense, like handing her RFK Jr.'s votes, it still doesn't cross the threshold. So you can't sit there and say that people like me with principles who wanted a genocide to be averted, for people to be made whole again, you cannot look at those numbers and draw that conclusion, because to do that is to miss out on like 20 other things. You're confused. Which side are we? We're further to the left of the Democrats. We're further left. Liberals, Democrats in this cycle were center to center right. We are way to the left of that. Welcome on, an exiled ghost. Like, that's one of the other major lies in American politics, is somehow the notion that the Democrats are as left as it goes. It isn't. That needle keeps going the other way. They just want those people to shut the fuck up, because the things they want do not benefit capitalism and the profit motive at large. Yeah, the Kamala campaign wouldn't even answer if she'd help DACA recipients. Exactly. Wouldn't even answer that. Again, Republican attack ad said, look, all the immigrants are coming in and killing people. And the Democrats didn't even want to touch it. Republicans ran so many ads that basically read like, only Americans are allowed to kill other Americans, goddammit. Listen, I tell you what, I don't give a fuck if my son gets killed by another white, red-blooded American, but the minute a Mexican does it, oh, that just pisses me the fuck off. I didn't give a shit when Bobby Joe got fucked up and flipped the truck and hit my daughter and killed her. Oh, but when Jose did that, oh my God, I was angry. Like, that was my takeaway from those ads, is only Americans are allowed to kill other Americans, goddammit. And Democrats just were like, actually, that's correct. Actually, that's right. Build the wall, more border agents, all of those things. That's what they ran. That's what they ran on the federal level. More of that. There was little to no distinction in so many things that would actually matter to the electorate. And I haven't even approached I haven't even talked about the economy yet. Because it was the economy, but not for the reason that Democrats would think. Tell you what. I've been shooting off at the mouth for about 2.5 hours. This is traditionally the part in a normal broadcast when I would take a little BRB, so I will do so. What I'm going to do, take a little BR back, we'll pull up the clip show. If you want, you can drink your water, take your pills, go get a Red Claw, use the rest facilities, whatever you got to do. When we come back, we're going to keep talking, and we're going to bring the economy into this. We'll be right back.
What does the survey say? Yes.
The net positive. I'm trying to do a goddamn resub dance and he throws a grenade in his fucking face. And second, discount Leon Kennedy. What the fuck was that? I have to reload the goddamn save. Hello? Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that? Kill it! It's adorable, but kill it! Kill it! Jesus, Kenny fucking Christ! Die! Hey, get back here! Where do you think you're going? That still didn't kill it!
Captain. They've adapted.
Don't make me stay. I'll die. Look, I'm not saying you gotta watch the show, okay, boss? I mean, I've heard of feedback, but yeesh! Fine, go watch somebody else, Jesus. Okay, so, Leon, I have to ask you a legitimate question. I understand that you're a police officer and your first response to anything is to start shooting, but let's be real here. You start shooting in this cutscene a little fast. Like, fast by police standards, you started shooting. There could be a music video going on right here. It could be a live action role play. You don't know what's going on here. You have no idea. And then you just shoot this taxpayer for thinking about munching on your ankle. You literally just killed somebody. And now you're shooting at people.
What's up with that guy? That was a green hit.
This is an unlawful escalation of tactics. Like, he's lucky that this is actually a zombie outbreak. He's lucky.
Wait, don't shoot.
Down.
He shoots anyone else, it's a needle in his arm.
I look like
See, now that's an example of weaving the politics into the narrative. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about when I say we just weave it in so seamlessly, you barely even notice. That's how we do it around here. All right, we're back. Did you drink some water? Drink some water. Have some water. Water's very good for you. Make sure you remember to eat. Take your pills if you're taking them. Like I said, we're all getting worked up. But, I mean, Christ, we could still be getting worked up about this tomorrow. But remember, before I even go anywhere, before I even reintroduce myself, in case there's anyone new here, when you're on the airplane and the masks come down to the ceiling, the saying is always you have to put the mask on securely and firmly and make sure that your thing works before you can help someone else. You cannot help other people if you yourself have larger issues. You need to look out for yourself, and once you are in a good position, you can help other people. If you run yourself red all the way down into the ground, you're not going to be of any use to other people. So make sure that you are looking after yourself. Make sure. The reason why I'm able to sit here and scream about how some things are shit is because I am remembering to put my breathing mask on, metaphorically speaking, before I address the crowd. That's how I'm able to do these things. That's how tonight I will still have a half-decent amount of sleep. Like everyone's like, oh my god, Pib, you're all worked up. You're gonna be able to sleep. I'll sleep like a baby. Until the cats wake me up, and then, well, that'll be what that is. Alright, but for anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of the retro, the queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hip, fat-boobied, and fat-bootied channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. I'm H for my own hubris, and though these breasticles might be fake, the retro is real. That's a real Nintendo, and it's hooked up in a real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to. Hey, Ty Steven as well, welcome on in. You wanna know what else is fake? This isn't my hip. Well, okay, it is my hip, but it's not. This is yoga pants. You see the little text in the bottom corner? That's what I'm. This is pants. Now, I've lost some weight, but my skin does not do this here. It may do it up here, but it does not do that over here. Now I gotta even it out, because now it's getting all bunched up and stuff. But yeah, these are pants. That's how much of a facsimile. The only actual unexposed skin on me is the fingers and the face. And this little part right here. That's it. Exactly, pants. Wait a minute, you know what? Hang on. Moment of levity before we continue. Moment of levity.
I like your pants around your feet. I like your pants around your feet.
DJ Cummerbund.
I like your pants around your feet. I like your pants around your feet. I like your pants around your feet. I like your feet around your pants. I like your feet around your pants. I like your pants around your pants. I like your feet around your feet. I like your pants. I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants, pants, feet. I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants, pants, feet. I like your pants around your 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 pants. I like your feet around your pants. I like your pants around your pants. I like your feet around your feet. I like your feet. Pants. Feet. I love pants and I love feet. Feet. Pants. Pants. Feet. I love pants and I love feet. Feet. Pants. Pants. Feet. Come on, let's go then. Let us can we stay? Can you take me higher? To a place with blind and feet. Can you take me higher? To a place with golden feet.
I worked hard and I played hard, and I just want to tell all the kids out there, all the macho maniacs, to stay in school and say no to drugs. Yeah.
I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants, pants, feet. I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants, pants, feet. I like your pants around your feet. I like your pants around your feet.
Stand down from Red Alert. I technically bought this ukulele to do the apology thing. Do I still have it on the soundboard? I'm trying to remember. Because I actually bought this as a prop to doing like the... You know, what was the name of that lady who did their extremely cringe ukulele apology that no one fell for? And you know the one. I thought I had that on there. Maybe I don't. Maybe I hid it in the Killer Man section? No, I didn't do that. Like, I have a couple of different folders here. I must have just gotten rid of it. Miranda sings, yeah, that could be the one. That could be it. I got to do that bit more often. Anyway. Set that down there until the cats knock it over. Yeah, it's probably Miranda Sings. In fact, let me see if I can. Before we get back into the political shit here, let me see here. Let's see. Just gonna grab the clip here. Give me 2 seconds. Because yeah, there was one bit where it was like I had no choice but to do it, and it was beautiful. It was, yeah, this one. Yeah, this one right here. Yeah, when Tattle from fucking Majora's Mask did the goddamn thing. Oh, hang on. I have to, first of all, great tits over there, lady. Let me unmute this here. I'll turn it down slightly, too. So, that's so spectacular. I, apologize, so take me with you. That's why I had to buy the ukulele. Little bit awkward how we stole your horse, the baby killed it, and stole your instrument, and turned you into a bong. But come on, everyone else was doing it. I can't be held accountable for my actions because I'm what? And that's a good enough excuse for me. I didn't even make. Those lyrics were made up on the spot. Some things are bits that I workshop. Some of it's spontaneous. That was one of the spontaneous ones. You all holding up okay? We're doing pretty good, Regal Roadkill. We're doing all right here. So, as I look, I think we're just about ready to move into the marshy area here, so we'll continue moving onward here. Now, did I have something I wanted to bring up before? So we're going to get to the economy next. We're doing sort of a post-mortem on the election, why Kamala Harris and the Democrats fucked up, and how they're going to keep fucking up for ages unless they fix this shit, which is a lot of abandoned liberalism. Adapt or die, essentially. Oh, I need to buy a key as well. I fucked up. Hey, you know, just go back to town. I need at least 2 queen keys, possibly more. So I don't have a whole lot of data to back this one up other than just my own lived experiences and the things I've witnessed. I have good news and bad news. They're simultaneous, usually the good news is X and the bad news is Y. In this case, the bad news and the good news are both X. The Democrats can never run an abortion ever again. The window for that has closed. That is both the good news and the bad news. Can't run it anymore. Doesn't work. For 2 reasons. One, the big one is, I will codify it with what? With what? Even if everything went right, with what? What would you have codified it with? Yeah, you said you'd filibuster-proof it. How do we know that's actually gonna happen? How do we know you got all your ducks in a row? Hey, remember when Cinema and Mansion were the only fucking problems? Well, wait till Fetterman becomes the fucking problem. Wait till Fetterman becomes this goddamn spoiler. Like, with what? What were you supposed to fix this with? I'm literally Al Pacino screaming at fucking Kevin Spacey and Glengarry Glen Ross. With what? With what? Second thing. It turns out the states can just enshrine the damn thing when they want to and then still vote Republican anyway. Because that's what happened in Missouri. In Missouri, they enshrined the abortion access into the state constitution. They also enshrined sports gambling, but we don't really want to talk about that because it's a fucking crock of shit. But anyway, yeah, they also did it in Arizona. At this point, it is no longer going to be an issue that Democrats can reliably run on because it turns out that it is a bipartisan issue and the states that can enact it will enact it. Except, of course, for Florida, where all of these things require a supermajority, 60%, because, well, Florida is Florida and, well, Florida is Florida. Yeah, Missouri voted against money for cops, too. There's some pretty base shit going on in there a little bit. And that's why I say there is hope and there are good people still out there. Missouri enshrined abortion rights, said cops can't get more money. There are good people out there who are willing to vote for good things. But they need help to get it done. And Democrats not offering that help. So they can't. It is not the calling card Democrats thought it would be. And they can never ever use that as the carrot ever again because it did not work here. Abortion was one of the very few things that it seemed the Kamala Harris campaign actually bothered to have a very tangible platform on. And as you know, as you can obviously observe, that didn't work out. So the bad news is they can never use it as a cudgel or a wedge ever again. The good news is that they can never use it as a cudgel or a wedge ever again. You're never gonna have a bunch of goddamn neoliberals getting all antsy at you, screaming that you have to vote for them because you won't be able to get abortion rights otherwise, because as it turns out, they don't have the ability to get elected. So unfortunately, it's going to have to turn to a states' rights issue going the other way. By the way, in this game, I never understood that one ladder there. Like, I get that you can use that one ladder to get to that other section, but there's never anything there. I don't think this is a room that spawns an item. And if you take that one platform there to the other side, you just land on nothing. Now, this is a useful room as far as the randomizer is concerned, because the randomizer can play with this room, but there's wasted potential here in a vanilla playthrough of Xanadu. By the way, for those of you who are curious and maybe aren't familiar with the Nintendo game of Xanadu, the effect you're seeing layered on top of the character is not a graphical glitch. It is an intended visual. This area is filled with mist and smoke, so the visual noise you're seeing over the player character is actually intended by the game. It's one of the reasons why I contend that Xanadu has some of the finest graphics on the Nintendo. It's one of these games that embrace that characters don't have to have cartoon outlines and therefore only have two colors, and as a result, they went with sort of like this very gothic color palette that really enables them to make really nice visuals because they aren't constrained by the fact that every sprite has to have a black outline around it. Because if you're not familiar with 8-bit graphics, basically any sprite has 4 colors. And the problem is transparent counts as a color. So if it's like a sprite like this guy, you put transparent, he can only be 3 colors. And if you decide he has a black outline like Super Mario Bros. 3 does, then really he has 2 colors. That's why Mario in Mario Bros. 3 his colors are transparent, black, peach, and red. That's why his sprite has no blue on it. If you were curious about that, that's why. That's why Mario, who had been blue in other games, is now only red and black. Pib, what about Mario 2? There's some technical reason for it. Ask someone else. Maybe the top sprite and the bottom sprite are using slightly different color palettes, and that's why it works. But anyway. So yeah, this mist you're seeing on top of everything is an intended effect. But anyway, like I said, the good news and the bad news is that they can't run an abortion anymore. You won't have to worry about hearing that anymore, which fucking sucks for all the places that either have abortion bans in place or do not have abortion rights enshrined in their state's constitution. Wisconsin, place we used to live, is a very good example of this. They do not have it enshrined in their state's constitution. What they do have is they had an 1848 law that went back into effect when Roe v. versus Wade was overturned that said no abortions. Sort of. So when Roe fell, that law went back into effect. And it held for a very long time until legal scholars looked at it and went, actually, this law doesn't say what we think it says, or what we thought it said. They looked closer at the Wisconsin 1848 anti-abortion law and said, no, it's the law as written actually says it's illegal to do a non-consensual abortion on somebody. That's what the law says. It is illegal to do an unconsensual abortion, which it should be illegal to do an unconsensual abortion. And when the legal scholars looked at it, like it's literally it's like the Homer versus the 14th Amendment, or whichever one was the one about the booze, where they went, it turns out the law was repealed later and we just didn't look at it properly. So Wisconsin's one of these places that's like, it exists, but it's the 18th Amendment. Okay, thank you. Like Wisconsin's one of these places where it exists until an amendment is either brought in outlying it or enshrining it. So it exists in a gray area, which is not a great place for bodily autonomy rights to be. Not great. I'm not going to harp on the abortion thing for really any longer beyond the sentence. It's just, it was on my list of things to get to. And like I said, the states that can enshrine it will do it. Again, that's of little solace to places where it is not enshrined or where it has been outlawed. The problem is you can't exactly tell these people just pick up and go to another fucking state. Because I don't know if you know this, but picking up and moving is not exactly the easiest thing to do. It costs money, and there's a lot of paperwork and time and bullshit involved in something like that. It's not like you just flick a switch and magically you're in Arkansas. Also, why the fuck are you in Arkansas? Now, there are some people who are rightfully concerned that despite all of Trump's protestations and saying that he wouldn't do it, that he could try to put in a national abortion ban. I am of the opinion that were he to do that, the states will tell him to fuck off. And this will start some sort of Cold War between the states and the federal government, because the states that have enshrined it are going to look at that and go, fuck off, I'm not listening to that garbage. And the Supreme Court will say some bullshit, and the state will be like, fuck you, I don't have to listen to you. So I have faith in the states that have enshrined it to keep it, even if the federal government tries to take it away. Because they'll go, fuck you, do you want me to stay in this union? Fuck you, we're keeping it. Hey, Arkansas, come for the meth state because you traded your car for meth. Also, Queen Pip says, don't do meth. Ooh, red potions for $300. You can't beat that price. In this economy, $300 for a red potion? That's a fucking steal. Speaking of the economy, what a natural transition. That one wasn't even planned. Dr. Pepper's doing a joke. But anyway. The economy. A CNN headline today read, "It is the economy stupid," which is a portmanteau of one of everyone's favorite idioms, is to just say it's, parentheses, the most obvious thing, stupid. And they're not wrong. The economy is and was a major factor for the massive amount of turnout that, while still smaller than 2020, was large and sizable for Donald Trump. There's no shortage of demographics that skewed in Trump's direction because they were concerned about the economy. Now, the problem with a right-wing populist movement making the economy the number one issue is that's literally how Hitler got started. Like, it was literally the economy is shit, and if you get rid of all these undesirables, that'll fix it. And we'll explain, obviously, why that's bullshit, but, the thing is they're not wrong to say the economy is a major problem. Now, as the Defector article correctly pointed out, inflation is down. That doesn't mean things are better. That just means inflation is petering off and will inevitably be offset by rising wages. That it has reached a certain threshold where it's stopping going up. That doesn't mean it's retreating backwards. That's still a problem. Well, isn't he running Hitler's playbook? Yeah, he is. Yeah. He is. He is. But like I said, the economy is still a problem. It's still a very big problem. You may go, well, wait, all these people are concerned about the economy now? No. They were concerned about the economy in 2020. They were concerned about the economy in 2016. They were concerned about the economy in 2012. They were concerned about the economy in 2008. Do you see where this pattern is going? There are legitimate grievances to be had with the economy. Many of these grievances are laid directly at the feet of the alleged trickle-down economics and capitalism as a whole. Because that's what capitalism does. It extracts value from our labor and then fucking keeps as much of it as fucking possible. So, when Jimmy Q American with his big fuck-off truck says he has concerns about the economy, he's not fucking wrong. The problems that have existed now are problems that have always existed, but they're getting more and more exacerbated, and he's being sold a lie to protect capitalism. Yeah, wages not keeping up with life. Even before the inflation problem, people are having problems getting by. They can't fucking afford things. Upward mobility is gone. Upward mobility was a lie. You're never gonna get rich. I am never gonna get rich. I will never be rich enough that I can buy a Rolex, an actual Rolex, and have it be a drop in a bucket. I am never gonna. Pip, don't I see you with a Rolex sometimes? Look, just assume the same thing I assume with like fake tits and other things. Just assume they're all fake. I assume every Rolex I see is fake, and so should you. I assume every Rolex is fake, and so should you. Anyway. Yeah, they're concerned every time they go to the grocery store or gas station, and a lot of these concerns existed before 2020. They existed before inflation got really fucking out of control. These concerns are legitimate, but the problem is the Democrats, again, are in the unwinnable position of having to try to explain to people that capitalism can be tamed, capitalism can be made good, capitalism can serve the American people. It can't. It's not going to. Meanwhile, Republicans are sitting there and saying, look, it's not Elon Musk, it's not the billionaires, those aren't the people why you can't fucking get by. It's the Mexicans, it's the black people, it's the women, it's the trans people. These are the people why you can't benefit or get anywhere economically speaking. They're being sold lies. And unfortunately, the Democrats can't provide a compelling counter-argument to that. Because, again, they're in the unwinnable position of trying to argue that capitalism can serve the good. So they can't tell the fucking truth about the matter. They can't say that actually it's our fucking donors that are fucking you over. They can't do that. They don't want to piss these people off. So that's why they end up in a position where they're handing the machete back to Jason Voorhees and Jason X and saying, it's okay, he just wanted his machete back. Yeah, it's obvious bullshit, but the problem is if you don't have a lot of time or energy to read through the weeds, if the Democrats aren't making it any easier for you, it's real easy to fall for this shit. Especially as we are firmly in a post-literacy world. That isn't to say that people can't read, but that people don't read. They get their information from mobile apps, they don't read articles, they go based off of snippets, and that's it. And again, who has time? Like, here's the other thing, too. Like, again, suppose you may sometimes wonder, why aren't these people who are the most disaffected by capitalism, the essential workers who got screwed over, who got marched into work repeatedly to die of COVID for shit wages, why aren't these people going out and doing what you're doing? Talking into electric stick in front of a captive audience and explaining it and why everything is shit. Because these people have to survive. These people have to get by. They have to work. They have to look for the material needs to satisfy them. And then they also have to fucking come down and enjoy themselves in some way, shape, or form. It's very difficult to find time to read theory when you're getting raked over the coals every goddamn day. Like, even me, for example, I want to learn these things, and I'm slowly making an effort to learn these things, but I work 40 hours a week, I yell at this electric stick for another 20, and then I have obligations beyond all that. I have to do house maintenance, I have to do reproductive labor in the form of chores, and grocery store trips, and all that stuff, and then I still have to find things, and then I still have to find time to do the things in life that bring me joy. Doesn't leave a lot of time to read theory. Which is often why I say I'm not the best resource for these things. Go find other people who can teach you these things, because I can't. I can point you in the right direction, but I can't teach you these things. And that's fine. Not everyone has to educate. Or to read for enjoyment. Exactly. I'm going backwards so I can go into a pointless dungeon that gives me nothing. Solely for educational purposes. I would not normally in a normal playthrough go in the direction I'm about to go here. Also, I completely forgot to mention that churchy guys are effectively the bonfires of this game, and there's no churchy in town here, actually. You don't see anything here resembling a chapel, because there isn't one. You have to go out of town and keep walking to find this area's de facto save point. In fact, while we're here, I'm going to grab another queen key, just because. So yeah, John Q. American, who loves the stars and bars, who bangs his wife and makes a shitload of kids, drives his goddamn Silverado, hell yeah, brother, yee. He's being sold an easy answer. It's not true, and it doesn't solve anything. Because Republicans would get screwed over for solving the problem the same way the Democrats would get screwed over if they solved the problem. What the piss do you ever run on if you actually solve the fucking problem? But they're being sold an easy answer. That it's Mexicans who are doing it. They're taking all those jobs. Jim Jeffries has a... I'm just going to quote this verbatim. Like, and he dispels the notion that, oh my God, they're coming in and taking all the jobs. Oh yes, all these really great fucking jobs that Americans want to work are being taken by these people. And oh my God, I just love hiring these people for them. Because I love, and again, I'm just quoting the guy here, I love having to explain things twice. I'm just quoting the guy here. It's mocking the situation, pointing out, well, obviously we're not hiring these people because we like the idea. It's because that's what the economy has made us do. Because capitalism needs a perpetual underclass of people who are being paid below the market rate in order to make the whole fucking thing work. America's a 5th or 6th grade average reading level. Yeah, there's a TikTok that made the rounds a couple of weeks ago that was saying that reading comprehension rates are so bad. And that this individual pointed out that when you're reading a piece of text, you're supposed to be able to infer who the writer is talking about when they say it. So hypothetically, if I were to say... Well, it's to point out that when I'm saying something, I shouldn't have to issue 10,000 qualifiers and say, well, obviously I'm not talking about X, Y, and Z, that the reader is supposed to be able to infer that themselves. Oh God, I hate that asshole up there. He makes the screen flash. Let's scoot on through here. Now I wonder what wonderful marvel I will get for trudging through here and losing my fucking elixir in the process. I wonder what great prize exists in this fucking dungeon. That I can't even access this fucking ladder because this guy keeps flashing me. Hi, V Gross as well. Welcome on in. Take this asshole out here. Come on, I better get a fucking red potion ready to go here. See, the economy has always been a problem because the economy screws... The economy is very much equal opportunity. It will fuck over everyone. Like this, like... As an aside, it is generally not possible to be racist against white people. You can oppress white people in much the same way everyone else is being oppressed by things. Like, for example, this notion that affirmative action is screwing people out of jobs. It isn't. That's just capitalism fucking everyone over like capitalism does. Like, again, white people can be oppressed for the same reason everyone else is oppressed. By capitalism. By declining wages. By your boss taking more. By your boss being taxed less. Because we don't have the money for services because your boss is being taxed less. That has always been a problem. And Republicans benefit from not solving it because they can just point at any perceived boogie person and say, that's why you're not getting it. It's like the Simpsons episode, much trouble, much ado about nothing, where Mayor Quimby, who has had to put a tax on the population to pay for the Springfield Bear Patrol, scapegoats illegal immigrants as the reason as to why Springfield's tax rates are so high, which they of course aren't, and everyone fucking knows that. That's the joke. Oh yeah, your prize for this dungeon is a red potion. That's your prize. Now, if you play your cards right, you can farm it, but the minute you drop down there, you're screwed. Like right now I can't even get the damn thing anymore. So yeah, this is a useless dungeon. This is a troll dungeon. This is a Kaizo block disguised as a dungeon. There was no actual point to going in here. None whatsoever. It exists solely to troll you. And the problem is if this guy does this stupid attack enough times, I'll get pushed to the previous room, and then everything in this room will respawn with maximum health. There was no point to going in this dungeon. Spoiler alert, there may be very little point to going in the next dungeon as well, but let's get there first. So any number of Trump voters who are aggrieved about the economy are not wrong. They have picked the wrong solution, but the Democrats also did not want to provide a solution. This is why zoning laws and parking minimums must be deconstructed. More housing reduces rents and mortgages for everyone. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. None of that is in dispute. I'm running out of red potions here. Fuck. Can I get into town without needing to use one? Because I could at least heal once I got there. I got almost $10,000 in-game dollars. But yes, the economy was the number one reason for why Donald Trump managed to not hemorrhage as many votes as Kamala Harris's Joe Biden 2020 coalition did. But, again, it's not for any new reasons. It's for the same shitty fucking reasons. And it's why Democrats need to abandon liberalism or they will die. Metaphorically speaking, of course. You're burning out for the night? Do what you gotta do policy. Anytime anyone's got to punch out, I will never be offended. If you gotta go relax. Seriously, we'll still probably be screaming about this tomorrow night. It is just frustrating to not be able to get the blue-collar worker back on their feet. Right! Exactly! Democrats abandoned the working-class voters. They abandoned them. I mean, for me, maybe there was a couple things buried in their platform that could have helped me, but I've already largely got mine. I mean, a significant 5-figure surprise bill could make me sweat a little bit, but relative to the rest of the population, I've got mine. Our bag is secured. It's everyone below me who needs help. The Democrats just did not want to offer it. Or at least did not have the dialect to get it across. Because again, in order to really fix things in a manner that would be befitting to all workers in this country, and I mean all workers when I say this, white collar, blue collar, whatever fuck ass collar you're wearing, dog collar, shock collar, I don't judge. In order to actually make things better, the Democrats have to abandon their corporate donor base. They would have to do that. They would have to piss these people off. They would have to tax them, regulate the shit out of them. They don't want to do that. Disabled and able-bodied included. Exactly. I have not mentioned disabled and differently abled people a lot this evening here. Please understand that as someone screaming into electric stick, we all project. We all use ourselves as a personal framing point. It is difficult but not impossible to envision other scenarios, but know that when I'm starting to shoot off at the mouth, I will generally, run home to mama, so to speak, and I will reference my own experiences. That's not to say that I cannot or will not mention other people's experiences. It's just that that's why it's the default for me. And that if it ever seems like I'm dropping the ball, just nudge me a little bit and I will go, obviously, yes, that is what I mean. You're equally upset with the so-called intellectuals with such perfect moral dignity that they decided they were above participating. Well, that's the problem, Regal Roadkill. Like, what are the numbers at right now? Okay, I'm looking at... Okay, the Biden at 81,000. Where's CNN here? Where's the current popular vote count here? Harris is sitting at 67,775,000, which is only like a million more of this number I'm looking at here. Like 13 million voters deciding not to show up and vote for this person is not simply a matter of intellectuals didn't want to participate. Hey, Dallas Corgi as well, welcome on in. Like, it'd be one thing if we were talking like she lost not even just that she lost the popular vote, but that she won the popular vote. But 13 million people who theoretically voted for Joe Biden in 2020 deciding not to show up. And again, you have to understand this is a fluid number I'm referring to. It doesn't mean literally only 13 million people decided this. Any number of these people could have decided that they were voting for Trump instead, and new voters, took their place, that sort of thing. So we're dealing with a fluid number here, not a static number. But that is not enough to... It cannot simply be blamed on that. It can't. And this is something that, like, I'm not accusing them of this, but it's something that, in general, is going to be difficult to get through to whatever you want to call them. Blue MAGA, Blue Anon, whatever you want to call the amorphous blob that is vote blue no matter who, so I can enjoy my mimosas at brunch here, is there's no choice like no choice. Again, the Democrats ran to the right of Joe Biden 2020 and Hillary Clinton 2016 on the wall. They ran to the right of Hillary Clinton on the wall, who, by the way, Hillary Clinton has also previously made statements long before the first Trump campaign that she would support making a structure along the southern border. She just didn't campaign on it when she was running for president because it was seen as being so fucking ludicrous. Not that it fucking helped. But, like, there were so many instances where it wouldn't matter who they voted for, it wasn't going to improve anything. or that their platform just, they did not, because that's the thing. There are so many things you can poke at. I mean, you can clown on third-party voters for sucking their own dicks and tie campaign Democrats. Well, again, we looked at the battleground states. In so many instances, if you handed every third-party vote, including the ones that don't make sense, to Kamala Harris, she still doesn't close the gap. And what do I mean by that? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. voters would not vote for Kamala Harris. Now, there's a handful of situations where if you magically decided they would anyway, it still doesn't close the gap. There's maybe 1 or 2 spots where if you did that, it would, but again, that's blindly assuming that a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. voter would vote for Kamala Harris given no alternative. They wouldn't. He literally endorsed Donald Trump. If he were not on the ballot and these people liked the guy and respected his opinion, which, lol, they would have voted for Trump. We're doing okay. We're doing all right. We're just screaming into the microphone tonight, DJ. Just screaming into the microphone like we do. There were still people who voted for RFK Jr. even after he dropped out. Right, like there's no shortage of states where they said, nah, fuck you, the ballots have been printed, you're still on it. Like, I believe he was still on the ballot in Wisconsin. He was still on the ballot in... I don't know if he was on the ballot... I mean, Christ, I would look. There's like a handful of the battleground states where he was still on the ballot. He was still on the ballot in Michigan, right. And you could argue that doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. I'm going to take an intentional L here. Just to get some health back here. So this isn't simply a matter of Jill Stein voters playing spoiler. It's not that case. It's not. People like me who don't like the concept of aiding and abetting a genocide were not the silver bullet that could have fixed this. Again, I did everything the Democratic establishment would have wanted. I went through the citizenship and naturalization process. I became an American. If you were not with us last week, it happened some time ago, but I confirmed it on Saturday night. I am indeed now, can say with my full chest, that I am an American citizen. I'm the Rick Derringer song, I am a real American. And then I promptly went, I registered to vote, and I voted Dem up and down a ticket. I did exactly what the Democrats would have asked of me. My conscience is clear. I held my nose and voted for them anyway. And let me tell you, without any, if I don't see any changes I like, I'm never voting for a Dem presidential ticket ever again. Not happening. I'll vote for state and local. I'll do that because that shit actually matters worth a goddamn. But they trot out fucking gruesome Newsom in 2028, and he's not saying anything I want to hear. I'm not voting for that. I'm not doing it. At some point, stupid has to hurt. I won't vote for it. Now, conversely, he'll go, Pib, wait, you came here? Yeah, I came here. This is where the action is. I like America. I like what America has. I like the idea of America. I like the potential America has. I'm staying. I have a get out of jail free card. I have a Canadian passport. I put all my shit in a car and I drove here. I can put all my shit in a car and drive back. I'm not doing it. I'm not ducking out in the middle of a fight, and I think what's going on here is too important. I have a get out of jail free card. I'm not using it. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe there is a scenario where it deteriorates to some point where maybe that happens. I don't know. We're not there now. And I'm not going anywhere. Queen Pip 2028, please. If anything, I'm some person who's probably going to be giving some of the principals some nice fucking donations. Very nice fucking donations. Yeah, this is my country too. I'm not leaving because a handful of people suck. Exactly. As the quintessential American song goes, this land is my land. This land is your land. It looks like one of us has a forged deed to this land. And it's all on stolen land. Yeah, why would he give up our country? They're the ones who suck. Why do I have to leave just because they're dicks? Like, that's another thing, too. As part of the naturalization ceremony, you know, there's a lot of speeches that happen. And the judge, whose name I did not internalize, was part of it. I mean, he gave a lengthy speech. I mean, you could tell he gives these speeches before. Where it amounts to, yes, you're Americans now, and we want you to bring whatever made you unique, whatever you learned where you came from, whatever you can do to enhance and make better the American experience. We want you to do that. That is the American ideal. It's cringe and Libya is all hell, but the notion that these people will come to America and will use their lived experiences to make America better. It's all on fucking stolen land, but the idea is that we will all work together to make this a better place for everyone. That we will not simply cling to the traditions because they are traditions, but we will embrace new ideas while continuing to use old ones that still work. That is the idea. So no, I'm not fucking going anywhere. It's also really funny too, because as part of it, you get this big letter from whoever's the incumbent president. And I actually, when I looked at the thing, I looked at the bottom, I got confused, went, oh yeah, Joe Biden, I guess that guy's still president. That was an actual line that went through my head. Is, oh yeah, he's still president. I forgot about that. Which is probably a good thing. God damn it, I fell through a hole. Anyway. This is the pointless dungeon. You're only here to manage to find a wing boot, which I already have, but I'm just going to continue the trip anyway. You're not sure those are the correct lyrics. You do like them, though. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. I'm going to see if I can get past this guy. I am not making it past this guy. I think I have a shield I forgot to equip. Yeah, I should equip that. Imagine buying a shield so that I can use that to block his magic attacks, and I never bothered to equip the fucking thing. Yes, that's why it's called the United States. Exactly. I'm trying to remember if the pendant is the bugged item. There's an item in this game that's supposed to increase your attack power, but actually diminishes it. I can't remember if it's the rod or the pendant. I'm not risking it. I'm not picking it up. Genuine question. You don't know the best way to word this. Do I think Trump is trying to use Mexican informer? Well, maybe the question needs a rephrase, but I can go somewhere with this question. Is indeed Trump has made inroads with Latino population. Some of it is weird, and a lot of it also. Just so we're clear, I am not playing that Cuban song. I am not playing the one about the Cubans saying they're voting for Donald Trump. This is a that fucking song free zone. Yes, it's a fucking earworm. It's right up there with I Shot the Sheriff. No, I'm not playing it on this show. We have enough earworms on the Queen Pib show, thank you very much. But Trump has inadvertently built a coalition of people who are voting for him and supporting him because they believe, again, for the misguided reasons I brought on above, but they are technically correct to believe this misguided idea, that he will make things better. He won't, but the Democrats can offer a more compelling solution. There are a lot of people who think we came here legally, they should too. See, the Cuban thing is very weird. And I think I can't remember if it's still the case or not. Someone can correct. I feel like Obama actually got rid of this, but I can't remember fully. It used to be, and I don't think it still is, that all a Cuban had to do was show up in America, any means possible, instant statehood, instant citizenship. All a Cuban had to do was show up, and that was it. As a fuck you to Castro. I don't know if that's still the case, but it very much created a very fast immigrant population that very quickly spun into second and third gen immigrants who, depending on economic status and, well, let's be honest here, when they left Cuba, become capital owners and swing right. And again, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, there are some things about the Castro regime that, you know, maybe didn't always serve the public's best interest. But let's be honest here, there's also no shortage of people who left Cuba because, their capital exploiting profits all got nationalized. That's always the curious question whenever you ask, whenever someone's talking about fleeing Cuba. It's like, when did you flee Cuba? When was that again? Was it right after the revolution? Interesting. Why was that? Why was that so? Was there something that was going to happen to things you were exploiting? Another 200 and change, 300 and change our XP, and I level up. I should take care of that. If phrasing is bad, what you're trying to say is he's pinning all the blame on something outside the real issue, like Hitler did by blaming all the Jews. Bro, yeah. He is. Yeah. I mean, one of his big plans is to do a giant deportation of alleged illegal immigrants on day one. He is, by what you're asking is he othering people as a scapegoat? He absolutely is. Why am I yesing that? That's horrible. He is absolutely othering people. It's the standard Republican playbook to blame everyone else except the actual problem, which is, of course, the capital owners. This go around, it's illegal immigrants, trans people, so on and so forth. Like, that is 100% what is happening. Absolutely. And because that's the thing. And the Democrats looked at that and said, actually, I agree with that. They offered no real contestment of that. They want to sign that bipartisan border security bill. They literally ran on, build the wall. Castro also said, fuck it if you're doing that, I'm sending all the Batista supporters, Bush lettuce, and various people living in Miami. Ah, yes. Please remember ultimately that Scarface was a fictional story. Still a great movie, though. But yeah, Castro certainly used it as an opportunity to go, all right, well, if you want to take the people who aren't interested in our revolution, come and get them. Yeah, it's the Scarface scenario. It's the Scarface scenario, basically. So yeah, that was a thing that happened. Also, true story. The entire principal cast of Scarface, but for fuck, what's his name? Oh, damn it. Oh. Guy who played Manny. You know who the hell I mean. Something Bauer. Stephen Bauer? Yeah, Stephen Bauer. He's the only person playing a Latino character who was actually Latino. Like, if I ever do one of them Frankie York Morgan recap videos for Scarface, every time I introduce a character who's like Cuban or Colombian or what have you, I'll be introducing them by saying Al Pacino, who is Italian, or whatever the fuck. Now, that's not to say Al Pacino doesn't put in a legendary performance. He absolutely does. It's just fucking weird that literally everyone except Manny in the main cast is being played by, you know, let's say people of European descent, and we'll leave it at that. If you were making that movie again, you wouldn't do that. Yeah, Scarface Latino's like, hey, oh, what's with this cocaine over here? Hey, oh, what's the matter with you? You got the marinara and the Yale. Something like that. But yes, the economic concerns of a giant, massive swath of Trump voters is legitimate. Trump's not going to solve it, and the Democrats offered no viable alternative. Like, this is what we talk about when we say meeting people on their grounds, on their levels, and addressing their needs. Why, in the world that we want to create, the people we don't like, wouldn't share a beer with, still get to have nice things. They still get to eat, just not at our table. Would a Scarface remake ever work? I don't know. Crime movies are weird because a lot of those are going to suffer from the same problem that so many plots just don't work anymore because we have smartphones. Like, there's so many plots that just don't work because everyone's carrying a phone at all times that can look things up and contact other people. But for, like, I don't know, fucking airplane mode or something. That sounds like 1930s Germany. Yep. Yeah, that's how Hitler came to power. Phenomenal racist, but oh my god, he says he's gonna fix the economy. Yeah, that is how Nazi Germany got started. It literally is. Like, Hulk Hogan was at the stupid Madison Square Garden thing, and he said, "I don't see any Nazis in here." Hell yeah, brother. It's like, well, yeah, of course you don't think you're a Nazi. I mean, the Nazis didn't think they were assholes. The Nazis thought what they were doing was perfectly legitimate. It fucking wasn't. It was horrible and abhorrent. Also, as a random aside, mind exercise for you here. Did we actually defeat the Nazis? Or did we just defeat Nazi Germany? Trick question. The answer is no. We only defeated Nazi Germany. We did not defeat the Nazis. Hey, remember how America was gonna sit out World War II until the Japanese decided to nuke the shit out of the place? Okay, they didn't literally nuke that, but we did that to them. Remember how we weren't gonna get involved in that at all? Yes, Operation Paperclip has entered the chat. Remember how America wanted nothing to do with did not enter World War I, did not enter World War II, was perpetually weary with war, and was ready to accept Nazi occupation of the entirety of Europe? And then the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and then suddenly America decided, all right, it's world police time, baby! And after that, America decided to seize the moment and become the seat of the Imperial Corps. But up until that happened, there's an alternative world where the Japanese never attack Pearl Harbor and America never gets involved. And, whatever happens after that, as they say, happens. And I bought too many red potions, I forgot to buy any keys. Operation Paperclip seems to be having a bit of a 2.0 in recent Italian news because nothing ever happens just once. Let me go ahead and get a little summary of Operation Paperclip just so that the people who aren't familiar with it can know here. Let me find someone else's words I can use here. Yeah, Operation Paperclip was a secret United States intelligence program in which more than 1,600 German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the U.S. government for employment after the end of World War II. In Europe between 1945 and 1959, several were former members of the Nazi Party. You're wondering where all the Nazis turned up? In American and European government service, apparently. Yeah, former. The word former there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Well, they were from the former Nazi Germany. After 1945 had ceased to be Nazi Germany, it became East Germany and West Germany. So in terms of the concept, it ceased to exist. Whether thematically it stopped is certainly up to interpretation. Anyway, you get the idea. I need to buy at least one of these king keys here. So, yeah. I don't think if there's any other do I have anything else here I meant to share with Chad and I hadn't done yet? I think I hit on most of these things actually here. For the most part, yeah, the Democrats need to adapt or die. Spoiler alert, they are probably not going to adapt. I think I hit on most of them. That's cool. Human Operation Gladio. Regardless, you sure we've done several paper clips? Yeah, probably. So. And like I said, I said this at the top of the broadcast, and it bears repeating. This is not the end. It is merely the beginning. It's corny as all hell, but it's true. We got through this before. We will get through it again. The revolution has already begun. The first shot was fired a long time ago. Whatever is going to happen will happen. Through a conflux of things that have already happened and things that will probably happen as a response to things that have happened. I understand that sounds incredibly vague, because it is. You understand I'm speaking into an electric stick, so for legal purposes, everything I say is for entertainment purposes only. The entirety of what is going on is completely unsustainable from an economic and ecological standpoint. Something is going to give on a long enough timeline. The question will be whether it happens soon enough to do something about it. And two things happened here that helped drive the point home. Yeah, not vague, just honest. Right, there you go. We're like... The Republicans, once again, if given all seats of power and indeed continue to run up the score on the judiciary, you know, replace Alito and Thomas with the younger versions of themselves, potentially more radical versions of themselves. Let's make $400 here real quick. At some point, they too are going to be stuck holding the bag on the fact that they cannot solve the problem either. Now, when you have gridlock in Washington, when you have a divided Congress that doesn't get along with the presidency, things don't happen because of the gridlock. Now things won't happen because they don't want it to happen. The Republicans have no meaningful way of ameliorating people's and correcting people's material needs. They don't. They have no plan for it. The Democrats have no plan for it either, but the Republicans don't. Buying a fire spell here. I don't really need it. It's there, so I'm gonna buy it. Fuck it. There's a funny clip on Archer where Cyril is complaining about another character to Mallory. She goes, "Go to NASA sometime and scream redacted," and they all jump up. Oh dear. Won't they just yank rights? Oh, they'll do that too. But what they see, the problem is, like, so many people voted for Trump under the misguided notion, and they're not wrong to have this misguided notion, that supporting of Trump will make them the in class. That if they simply go along with it, they can be rich and prosperous too. It's not going to happen. At all. I'm going to go down there and get some free health off those enemies real quick. Ow. But that's part of what it is. But at some point, the check is going to come due, and they're going to figure it out. They've already figured out that the Democrats aren't going to do anything. That wasn't exactly a hard thing to figure out. The Democrats perfectly telegraphed that they're not going to fix anything by just not fixing anything. Yeah, it's one big party. We ain't in it. Exactly. That's what George Carlin said. It's so rich when, like, right-wingers insist that George Carlin would be a right-winger today. And it's like, you never listened to anything that man had to say. That man did not tolerate bullshit. He wouldn't be a Democrat either, but he would not be a Republican. He was very much against those people. Also, this is going to be another useless dungeon. This is going to be an incredibly useless dungeon. It's like 2 screens. Okay, 3 screens, actually. 3 screens. You know what's at the end of it? Well, nothing yet. I gotta kill that guy up there first to find out what it is. Why do any useless... Oh, hi, Spoon. What are you doing down here? Why so many useless dungeons? Kind of to fuck with you. It's the game's way of making up for the fact that all the townspeople will tell you literally what you need to be doing. Sort of a karmic offset. Kid Cerrito.
I wanted to give you my Bezos bucks.
I'll take them. Thank you for the 6 months with your Prime Gaming. Thank you. Can I help you? It's Wednesday. What are you doing down here? Usually only down here on weekends. And certainly not this early. She's nosing around. That is Spoon the kitty. I don't know what she's doing down here, to be completely honest. She's just wandering around, I guess. Just saying hi. She just woke up. Oh, that'd do it. Okay, let me explain some catharsis. Let me explain to you Spoon's average evening. Her brother has a somewhat similar evening, but hers is even more pointed here, and Rio can back me up on this. She's just gonna go, yeah, you're telling the story properly. Spoon will eat dinner. She'll hang out for a little bit. And then if Rio sits on the couch, or sometimes even if Rio doesn't sit on the couch upstairs, there is a blanket up there that Spoon will immediately go underneath and then sleep for several hours. And there's like no light under there. And she just naps. It's like 3-4 hours. I mean, they're cats. They sleep 20 hours a day. This isn't exactly shocking. But she'll do that, and apparently she must have woken up a little bit earlier than she normally does. Yeah, this cat not only loves napping, as all cats do, but she likes napping under blankets. I've never had a cat that's done that before. Hey, Gimmick Puppet as well, welcome on it. Yeah, we're just screaming about things in general. We're not ending anytime soon. We'll go for at least another hour, but I will state for the record that our next scheduled broadcast is tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. It could be more for Xanadu, it could be Mario 3, it could be Dragon Warrior for all I know. Something on Nintendo that I can play as just background noise while we talk about things that have happened, discussing as a community, and going from there. So, more of tonight, but with different talking points, basically. So, look forward to that tomorrow. And now, that was also a waste of a perfectly good King Key, so now I need to go back to town. Is this for Xanadu? Yes, it is. Fact Xanadu, for Xanadu, however the fuck you pronounce that. But yeah, at some point, even Republican voters will figure out that the Republicans, they're not offering answers. Now, it's going to take longer because it takes a while for the answers they're giving to turn out to not pan out. But at some point, like I said, this is going to come to a head. Something happens. And I don't know. And I'm not saying something happens, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm saying something happens. I'm not being vague because I think it's something I can't speak of. I'm saying I don't know what that looks like. But this is wholly and completely unsustainable. We have seen that fucking millennials still can't afford houses, and now many of their backs hurt. When we were in Vegas for TwitchCon 2023, the music festival, When We Were Young was there, and there was just one time Rio and I are getting on the tram that runs along the east side of the Las Vegas Strip. And there was two people wearing t-shirts that clearly indicated that they were in Las Vegas for When We Were Young. And one of them had a cane. And I felt that. I did not inquire as to why they had that cane, but they looked to be in about my age group, so I'm like, I feel that. So, we are getting older and our backs are starting to hurt. And many of us, I should say many of you technically, my bag is sort of secured. Many of you have not secured property. You have not secured the quote-unquote American dream. And I don't want to spoil this, but not going to happen probably anytime soon. Do what you gotta do, Gandalf the Great. Thanks for popping on in. Like, you're not gonna wake up suddenly and win $1.8 million at the airport in Las Vegas because you won the jackpot on Wheel of Fortune. That actually apparently happened like 2 weeks ago. Like, someone was actually... They have slot machines at the Harry Reid Airport in Las Vegas, and apparently someone actually won the progressive jackpot for the Wheel of Fortune machines that are there. But like that's not gonna happen. That's not a realistic goal. Also, Queen Pip says, under no circumstances do you enter a casino with hopes of improving your material conditions. It's not gonna fucking happen. Don't do it. Sincerely, someone who likes low to someone who likes low to mid stakes gambling, who says assume any money you walk into a casino with is dead, and if you walk out with any of it, a miracle has happened. Yes, yeah, exactly. Like George Carlin said, it's called the American Dream because you got to be asleep to believe it. Yeah, you win some money, you're putting it all on red. Yeah. Like, I've seen systems that purport to allow you to win at roulette and craps. I'm like, I feel like if these systems worked, you wouldn't be telling me. Also, if these systems worked, the Bellagio wouldn't exist. Like, the Bellagio doesn't exist because they suck at retaining their money. Though apparently MGM's earning reports for like last quarter or something, and apparently there's like a $80 million hole in it or something because a bunch of Baccarat players didn't turn up, and because the luck of the cards meant that some Baccarat players who turned up actually won. Like, that's the thing you have no economic frame of reference for, because why the piss would you? The real hoity-toity high-stakes people in Vegas play Baccarat, and that can go up to $400,000 a hand. $400,000. You have a Dana White, the bald asshole who runs the UFC, huge Trump sycophant, in the tank for him all the fucking way. That guy is pissed because no one in Las Vegas will let him play $1 million a hand blackjack. $1 million a hand. The max to let him play is $300,000, $400,000. When you have someone who's willing to risk lighting millions of dollars on fire for nothing, something has gone wrong with the economy. I mean, yeah, let it be separated from the money, but the fact that that exists as a concept to begin with is an indictment of everything. Like, there is a dollar value that I'm willing to throw into a machine and just watch it disappear. There is a dollar value. It is nowhere near $1 million. I don't have $1 million. I don't have $100,000. I don't have $50,000. Pib, he didn't keep going. Somewhere below that. But, one good emergency wipes that out. But anyway. Actually, one solid renovation project wipes that out. But anyway. Like, I could not conceive doing that. Like, the $1 million that Dana White wants to put on a 6-5 blackjack table. I mean, it could pay the medical debt of everyone in this chat. For those of you who have medical debt, it could provide food. It could provide housing. It could provide stable income. That $1 million right there could make all of your lives whole and still leave money for him to lose money at the Baccarat table. That is not a just world. It's not. It absolutely is not. That there is a world where MGM is gathering high-stakes Baccarat plays from all across the world so they can play $400,000 a hand. That's not a right world. That anyone has the kind of money kicking around that they're willing to drop $400,000 on a hand of Baccarat. Just watch it catch fire and be destroyed. Like, there's just too much money in the world at that point. And it's going to the wrong people. Yeah. Chad is fighting to get food stamps, to get doctors, to get shit looked at, to get shit removed, to get shit put on, to have shit changed. Like, people who voted for Donald Trump and people who voted for Kamala Harris and people who voted for Jill Stein and people who voted for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and everyone else. Large, significant swath of these people can all agree. Yeah, that's actually pretty fucked up. What even is Baccarat? It's like weird, fucking hoity-toity, weird blackjack for rich people. I don't personally understand it, and frankly, I don't want to. I think, this one maybe? Also, this enemy is poop with legs. I'm gonna run back in here and show it to you, and you're gonna stare at me and you're gonna go, yeah, that's poop with legs. See, it's poop with legs, and you can't tell me it's not. See, it's a poop with legs. It's a Democratic Party platform. Anthropomorphic shit that's running around. Does the poop have a mustache? It's either that or extremely... See, I always thought they were like bushy eyebrows or like just, like irises that didn't have dots in them or whatever the fuck the vernacular is, where it's just like a whited out eye or something. but maybe it is the mustache. Perhaps it is. I always thought it was like eyeballs. Like it was like a Batman mask or something. Like, you know, Batman anime where like it's just the whites of his eyes and there's nothing else there. Sort of like my profile picture if you don't stare at it properly. You ever look at my profile picture here on Twitch and on social media where it's I'm kind of like looking off to a corner, but the problem is because the color of my eye is like 1 or 2 shades removed from just being complete dark black. It looks like it's just the whites of my eyes and nothing else. Like, you can stare at my eyes for a second. I can assure you they're brown, but they're an incredibly dark shade of brown. But if I just stare off like hair, if there's like no light reflecting in it, I can see where people would have that problem. If you like and eat that video of Stan seeing his option of the turd sandwich and the giant douche and just saying I'm not voting, like, I mean, that's why so many people. What's a post on Blue Sky called? I screw up and call them tweets, but I guess I think the answer we landed on was skeets. You know, like skeet, 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 skeet. I think we landed on that, to be honest. I think. Anyway, let's see here. I need to get over and get this. Oh shit, I forgot. Damn it. Magic's gonna go right through my shield. Fuck. Yeah, I'll be alright. I might have to burn a red potion here. In fact, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm trying to get a doodad in this dungeon here. And, I gotta make this jump in order to have any chance at it. There we go. But, like, that's the big thing. Like, Joe Biden had this massive coalition that coalesced around him. Or whatever the vernacular is. In 2020, because it was an absolute repudiation of Trump. We didn't think that Joe Biden was a great guy. It was just like, all right, he's the one who won. Fuck it, we want Donnie out of here. Also, we're dying under a fucking pandemic. Get Donnie out of here. And that's what we did. We all went, well, not we. I didn't vote in that election because I wasn't an American. Y'all went, fuck it, get him out of here. So you voted for the next best option, which was Joseph Robinette Brandon. Problem is, Democrats took the wrong takeaway from that. You know how streamers sometimes do a front page spot and then they get their head gets inflated and like, oh my god, this is gonna be me forever. I'm gonna have 4 or 5 figure viewers the rest of my life, and then the next program happens and it's just like nothing ever fucking happened. It's kind of like that, where Democrats are just like, oh well, these are all genuine Democratic voters. They love Joe Biden. Joe Biden can do no wrong. Well, Joe Biden doesn't have to foster the next generation. Joe Biden can just run again. Joe Biden is finally getting his after decades of public service, of pushing crime bills that disenfranchise minorities, and of a continued existence that if Israel did not exist, America would just create it anyway. Yeah, it was fun when all the Democrats dropped out at the same time to endorse Joe Biden. Really felt like we had options there. Yeah, no fucking shit. No kidding. I need to bring some king keys with me. I'm going to need at least 3, I want to say, for what I want to do here. I'm going to need at least 3. One for that, one for that. Yeah, I'm going to need 3. I'm not doing a speed run, but I'm still going to have to remember some of the speed run tech. Fuck, I forgot. When you're in a store, you can't equip items to free up an inventory spot here. And I'll try that again. But yeah, they all took the wrong lesson. They just assumed that the people who showed up to vote for Biden in 2020 would show up again. And as you can see, that didn't happen. And to be clear, I didn't want the Democrats to lose. I wanted the Democrats to win purely for harm reduction reasons. I didn't think it was going to make the world a better place. If anything, it would just keep things as they are. Which was still, as sad as that sounds, a fucking win. Maintaining the status quo, though horrible, would still have been some kind of victory. things would at least conceivably not get worse, in theory. That obviously didn't happen because the Harris campaign lost. Like, okay, let me look at front page again here. What is, did they lose the House as well? Not yet, but you never know. They've apparently flipped six seats. House is still in play, apparently. But to be clear, when I say the following, I want to temper it with, I did not want the Democrats to lose. As much as she is aiding and abetting a genocide, as much as she did not have anything meaningful to help with anyone's material needs, when given the option of Trump going back into the White House or getting anybody else, I did indeed vote for Kamala Harris. If the Democrats had to lose, if whatever cosmic or divine thing you believe in, maybe that stupid fucking hippo. I never liked that goddamn hippo. I was like, oh my god, Modang, she's so cute. Hippos are fucking killing machines. This is designed to get you complacent around hippos so they can fucking murder you. Mood Dang was always a fucking op to get you to like fucking hippos. And what does Mood Dang do? Eat the cookie that says Donald Trump is gonna win. Thank you, it's very good to have people seeing through the hippoganda. Fucking right. Mood Dang is and always will be a fucking op. You can't convince me otherwise. But she's so cute. You know, at one point in his life, he was a little baby, and I'm sure someone called Hitler cute as well. I'm sure when he was a little baby, he didn't look any uglier than the other babies. But anyway, whatever cosmic machinations that would cause the universe to say the Democrats must lose, which again, if you believe in the divine or something mythical, cosmic, spiritual, or that fucking hippo, this is the way in which you want to see them lose. If the Democrats had to lose, this is the way it needed to happen for any shot at any meaningful change or improvement. This was how they needed to lose. An absolute cumstering. With no room for misinterpretation or arguing or debate. It cannot be hand-waved as third-party voters. It cannot be hand-waved as Free Palestine. Who, by the way, the Palestinians who wanted a voice at the DNC and didn't get it, but a fuckload of Republicans did, those people also said, hey, we actually want you to vote for Kamala. We think we can work with her. It's unfortunate that they could not let Palestinian voices speak at the DNC, but we still want you to vote for her anyway. So these people who spearheaded the movement were even saying, please vote for them anyway, even though they fucking suck. Yeah, there was no room to get one fucking Palestinian speaker in there who wasn't even gonna say anything that fucking inflammatory, but boy, was there a lot of room for a fucking whole shitload of Republicans who, by the way, did not vote for this person. Again, I'm telling you, Liz Cheney was an op. Liz Cheney was a fucking op, and you can't convince me otherwise. In a week, Liz Cheney's getting a very big check and a yacht. And a giant fucking thank you from some giant fucking Republican billionaire backer. Saying, congratulations, you convinced them all that pivoting to center-right was somehow fucking viable. If the Democrats had to lose, this was the way it had to happen. No question, no debate, no silver bullet no single thread that could have fixed the whole thing. Can't blame this one on the Electoral College. Can't blame this one on the popular vote. Can't blame this one on third-party voters. Can't blame this one on Palestinians and adjacent. Can't blame it on Muslims. Can't blame it on Arabs. There is no one who can be blamed for this but for Kamala Harris and the failed campaign that she ran by latching it to the dwindling Biden administration. "2020 was a repudiation of Trump. 2024 was a repudiation of do-nothing Democrats who had no plans to fix anything and do not have the stomach to fix anything because it'll piss off their corporate donors." I have said this before and I will say it again. Liberals would not have thrown the tea in the harbor. Take the lead up to the American Revolution and transpose it to the modern era. Liberals would tell you to quit fucking doing that. You're ruining perfectly good tea and you're fucking up the vibes. Liberals would not have done it. Like, I feel like that's the biggest insult you can lay at the feet. You wouldn't have thrown the tea in the harbor. Yeah, it's all on stolen land, but you would not have thrown the tea in the harbor. You'd have told everyone to shut the fuck up. Look, it's fine. The British... Look, you don't need all that representation. Shut the fuck up. Look, I'm sure the Queen and the King will do all kinds of nice things for us. Yeah, Kamala really one of those non-Trump Republicans. None of them flipped. Yeah, the Liz Cheney voter does not exist. Yeah, the other thing, too, is, yeah, Bill Clinton went up to Michigan and said, the Israelis got there first. Like, that's fucking productive. That'll fucking help. Yeah, go in and tell a bunch of people that all of their family has to die because history started in 1948. Yeah, sorry, could you vote for us anyway? By the way, I'm actively sending bombs to the people who are gonna kill your whole fucking family. See, when I fly the politics tag, I'm getting value for that content classification label. If I have to use that thing, I'm getting maximum value for it. It's like back when I used to play World of Warcraft. I would pay for the month, and then I'd go, well, this thing costs me, whatever the fuck it costs, 15, 20 bucks. I can't remember how much it was because I haven't played it in like 15 fucking years. Where it'd be like, well, now that I paid for it, it has to be the thing I do all the time or else I'm not deriving value from it. I'm leaving money on the fucking table. So when I use that incredibly cringe political content classification label, I'm getting value for the proposition. Yeah, generally love how people want to say and talk shit, but they don't want to revolutionize. The thing about the revolution, and I brought this up earlier, but I'm going to tap the sign here once again, just for safety purposes here, and I'm even going to just pause the music here. I'm going to tap the sign once again, I'm not saying anyone in here is doing crimes. You're all law-abiding citizens. You all accept that the law is the arbiter of all morality. I'm still talking into electric stick? Okay, good. You do not talk about committing crimes in public. Social media is the public. You do not write down what crimes you would want to commit. Text messages count as writing. Do not trust a new person who rolls up and has a plan to do all these crimes. That person is a law enforcement officer until proven otherwise. You love how entertaining my entertainment stream is. I know. The thing about the revolution, or whatever it might look like, it's not going to be discussed in an online chat room. It's not going to be discussed in a Twitch chat. I'm not sitting... Yeah, exactly. Remember, Shut the Fuck Up Friday is 24/7, 365. Like, I would never, ever argue for any kind of revolutionary rhetoric. I mean, that just goes so against my nature. Were I to ever find myself in such a position, which I clearly never would, because why would I? It would not be something I discuss openly into an electric stick. It would not be something that I would put into a 300-character post and post on Blue Sky. It would not be a thing I would send over an SMS text message, and it also would not be something I would send over Signal. Obviously, I would never do any of these things again. Never, ever, ever. No, I don't do these things, would never do these things. Were I to somehow be in a strange alternate universe where I would do such things, I would never do such things. Low tech is always the way. And again, it's a garish example. I brought it up earlier. I'm going to once again preface it by saying I don't encourage anyone to assassinate anyone. Not even as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't do it. When it comes to assassinating people, Queen Pib says don't. Do not assassinate people, okay? Let me continue the story. You want to know that one guy with a stupid shit-ass rifle actually almost succeeded in taking Trump out, but didn't know how to work his fucking gun, apparently? You know how Secret Service didn't know that was happening? How law enforcement dropped the ball? How that guy managed to get so close and nearly pull it off? Which obviously would have been a horrible thing. No tech was involved. There was no moving parts. There was no moving parts and no technology involved. It was a lone wolf plan conceived by one person, carried out by themselves. Now, again, when it comes to assassinating people, Queen Pib says don't. You see what I'm driving at, however. That were a cadre of people to do such things, you would not be using technology to transmit it. You would be taking advantage of that free assembly you enjoy under the First Amendment. That's one of the things they kept drilling me in the naturalization interviews, that one of the rights guaranteed is the right to free assembly. Boy, ain't that free assembly right just so nice. Isn't it grand? Isn't it great that America has so many rights like free assembly? Where people can just gather around, the freedom to gather around. I don't know why I keep bringing that up for some reason. It's very strange. Don't know why I keep mentioning it. That Nest controller looks fancy as hell. Druff, this is a Hyperkin. Hashtag not sponsored. It's fine. The D-pad is, I'd say 90% good as an original one. The angled little things down here and this little, the boobies on the back of this controller are actually quite nice. They'll make the controller a lot more comfortable. Hashtag not sponsored. I have bought controllers from Hyperkin that did turn out to be trash. But by and large, it seems they figured out how to make a Nintendo controller. So there's that at least. Also, not me buying fancy pants armor and then never equipping it. I bought full plate armor and then never equipped it. What the fuck? Imagine spending 5,200 gold on it and then not buying it. It's like literally I'm the fucking Democrats putting Tim Walz as the VP and then telling him to shut the fuck up. I bought the Tim Walz of armor and then left it in the fucking inventory. Imagine me doing that. Fuck. Can I say fuck more? So. Whatever could or could not happen will not be discussed in a Twitch chat. It will not be discussed on social media. You liked him? I liked him too. I don't think he's got the chops for the presidency just yet. Well, he was a senator. Wasn't he a senator at some point? Well, I don't know. I mean, if he actually won the nomination, I'd vote for his ass. You hope AI becomes godlike in a few years and takes over the world. Not happening. Not happening. And I'm going to tell you why. At work, they instituted Copilot into a chatbot that they have. And you know why I know that the AI can't take over the world? It couldn't tell me what the cafeteria was serving. That is an intentional L to restock my money. It couldn't tell me what the cafeteria was serving. So... that got installed on your PC. Yeah, I need to look up like contemporary guides for how you kill Copilot with like group policy and shit like that. Normally, I mean, I guess the gameplay kind of happening, completely honest, is just kind of immaterial at this point. It's just a thing that's happening that we're talking over here. Normally, it would be a good idea to go after the giant blade and the magic shield. I'm not going to bother with it because reasons. So... but normally you would consider going for them. This admittedly has not been the most descriptive playthrough. Again, it's just been a thing we have going on in the background so I can shoot the fuck off at the mouth. He was the most over person in the whole match. Exactly! Of all the people involved with the Republican and Democratic presidential tickets, Tim Walz was the only one with a positive approval rating! The only one! He was the only person more than half the electorate actually fucking liked. They did not like Kamala Harris, they did not like Donald Trump, and they especially did not fucking like J.D. Vance. But they liked Tim Walz. I mean, we got people in my own community said, I don't like Kamala Harris, but I will vote for this ticket because I like Walz. And I mean, that was part of my reason why I voted in the first place. Harm reduction, and the non-zero chance that at any point in her hypothetical presidency, Kamala Harris could have suffered a stroke and then Tim Walz becomes president of the United States. It was admittedly an extremely low percentage gamble, but the odds weren't zero. They were 0.0000001%, which is still not zero. Air Canada got used by the Canadian government due to its AI. Right, yeah, all that shit. This is basically you. You as X surprised that picked Walz because he was one of the most progressive picks and a likable one at that. Exactly! Walz was a likable guy. We said this earlier. We'll say it again for the West Coast crowd. Walz was likable. He had no skeletons in his closet. Okay, yeah, maybe he went to China and banged a few people. Who amongst us hasn't done that? Who hasn't? Who hasn't? Who can say with a clean conscience they haven't gone somewhere and done that? Well, okay, technically I can, but you understand we're just telling jokes here. I'm reminded of Anthony Anderson in that Transformers movie we cited up earlier, where he's being interrogated from the FBI, and they won't say what he's in there for. So he freaks out. He says, all right, I downloaded a couple thousand songs off the internet. Who hasn't? Who hasn't? And yay, in a Dreamcast 2, the man played Crazy Taxi on Twitch, for fuck's sake. Look, if this whole being a governor thing doesn't work out, he's more than welcome to be a Twitch streamer. He could play the entire Dreamcast library, and I will tune in for that. As I would anyone else who I find routinely playing Dreamcast games while I'm actually available to watch fucking things. Yeah, Tim Walz was a likable guy. Republicans had nothing on him, could find nothing on him. But, and again, I'm repeating this for the West Coast crowd. And again, like I said, I like the guy. I like the guy. I voted for the guy because he was on the ticket. For what the Democrats were going for, he was the wrong pick. He was initially a great pick. He's the one who coined that they're actually weird fucking, the Republicans are weird fucking idiots. Oh, we gave tampons to kids. Yeah, that actually sounds pretty based. But I've said it twice tonight, so I'll say it for a third time. What was the point in picking Tim Walz as the vice presidential nominee if they were going to pivot to center right 2 weeks later? And then tell him to shut the fuck up. What was the point? You don't buy a Ferrari and then stick it in your garage. There was no point in putting him on the ticket if that was the direction they were going to move the thing in. They may as well have put Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro on at that point. They may as well have done that. He would have been more on their extremely flawed message. He might have delivered Pennsylvania. Maybe. As it happens, the outcome would probably still be the same. See, they'd have at least been able to rest on, well, at least we got Pennsylvania, but they don't even get that. For what they were going for, he was the wrong pick. Is there another world where he's the pick and they embrace him and the things he's going for? They let him speak. They let him influence the party platform. Is the world where that ticket does well? Yes. Yes, there is. That ticket probably wins. Still probably fucks over the people in Gaza, but like the thing that sucks when you're an American voter, which I am now, is if you're the sort of person who has accepted, who has taken on a global mindset that you understand that until everyone is free, no one is truly free, then it is very difficult to bury your sympathy, your desire to see people who are being fucked over by capitalism, colonialism, and everything else in between and beyond. It is very difficult to bury that and then act solely in a provincial mindset. And I know there's no shortage of people who went, can't vote for them, can't do it. And as it happens, there weren't enough of those people to single-handedly be the single point of failure for this campaign. There were not enough people to cause that. Which is why, again, like I said, if the Democrats had to lose, this was the way it needed to happen. An absolute shellacking. An absolute cumstering. A tire fire. Whatever descriptor you want to attach to it. This is the way it had to go down. A complete and utter repudiation. Because that's what happened. The people who reluctantly voted for Joe Biden said, can't do it, Joe. Sorry. Can't do it. Why are they apologizing? A total box office bomb. Yeah, it's that fucking Metropolis movie, whatever the fuck that thing is called. It's Joker Folie à Deux, or whatever that pissant. Joker 2. Yeah, DNC was entirely confident after Biden won. They huffed the smell of their own farts a little too close to the goddamn sun. Literally stuck the exhaust pipe from their ass and shoved it up their nose. They really did run the Joker 2 campaign of all time. I can't believe Hideo Kojima thinks. I mean, well, I single-handedly can and cannot believe Hideo Kojima said, "Look, you've all just misunderstood Joker 2. In like 10, 15 years, you'll all get it." And I'm like, I feel like it'd be weirder if he didn't say that. Like, if Hideo Kojima didn't say that, you'd all look at him and go, don't you have a really weird fucking opinion about Joker 2 you want to share with everyone? Because the glaring lack of it is very unlike you. He saved Mega 64, so he's redeemed himself in quick succession. Right. He apparently donated 10,000 and what a nice guy. I still have not played Death Stranding. I'm sorry. Look, I'm a giant Metal Gear fan, but even I have my fucking limits on just how much Hideo Kojima perpetually living up his own ass I'm willing to take. And I haven't even played Zone of the Ender's second runner yet. Have it, I've never played it. Someday I will. Just to say that I have. So. If they had to lose, this is the way it had to happen. You have the limited edition of both Zone of the End is somewhere. I had the option to buy the collector's edition of the HD remaster and I passed up on it. I really shouldn't have done that. I looked at the okay, so there's back when I lived in Canada, there's a discount grocery chain called Giant Tiger. I don't know if it still exists, but they often got very thirded video games that are like clearance prices. I got a lot of bangers from there. I got Aliens Infestation, I got Black Sigil, bunch of other games that go for ridiculous prices now, but were fire sailed there. They had Zone of the Enders Collector's Edition, Zone of the Enders HD Collection Collector's Edition, and Aliens Colonial Marines Collector's Edition. Which one of these two do you think I bought? Well, without wishing to spoil things, when I take those selfies in front of that wall of video games, let me tell you, I don't think you see a collector's edition of Zone of the Enders HD back there. In reality, what happened is I figured I paid $20 for the nice little statue that came with it, and it just came with a shit-ass video game. The Zone of the Enders HD collection didn't come with a statue. It came with a fucking art book, and I don't care for those. I'm sorry. What am I gonna do with this art book? Look at the first 10 pages, never look at the fucking thing again. I don't need art books. This is why when the game industry was like, for collector's editions, we'll do digital art books. And it was like, no, I want the physical. And I'm like, you know what? I can live with it. I can live with not having a physical art book. I can live with it. I don't need it. I never look at the fucking things. It's like anything else. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to bend the spine. It's going to lose value because, you know, I'm going to sell it some fucking day despite the fact I'm a fucking millennial. And I never sell or get rid of anything. I still have the phone box for the Amazon Fire phone I bought. I keep everything because maybe it'll have value someday. And it never will, and even if it did, I'd never get rid of it. I'd never sell it anyway. Look, I never said I was a perfect person. I only said I had extremely fat tits and I'd entertain you. Perfection was not part of the deal. What is it with us millennials and keeping boxes is because our parents always threw them away and we always wanted to keep them. Every time I got a Nintendo game as a kid, a Game Gear game as a kid, an N64 game as a kid, my would always throw the boxes away. And I would do my darndest to hide them, but then I wouldn't clean my room effectively. She'd go in and do it for me. The first thing to go, the fucking boxes.
Get on with
Not
it.
that button, this button. That's why we keep them. Because our mothers took them away. You pre-ordered the HD collection. It came out the same day as Modern Warfare 3. I assume the first version of Modern Warfare 3. You waited in the COD line and one of the GameStop employees got confused and gave you a limited edition on accident. You still have it. Sorry, James Stephanie Sterling. I think they'll forgive you. Grandma, the China cabinet. Yeah. Apparently amongst my grandfather's things that may be earmarked for me when I either go up there and visit or Canada Post doesn't go on strike. Apparently, he attended a taping of Wheel of Fortune sometime in the 80s or 90s, and he got a wristwatch, I guess, one they were selling at the time. And apparently, if I want it, it's mine. You know me, I love a nice wristwatch. So apparently that will be added to my collection at some point. Yeah, the knickknacks pile up, exactly. That's why we keep the boxes for everything, because we couldn't keep them as kids. I can't remember if I talked to this guy. I'm gonna go do it again. I'm pretty sure I did, but there's what I know and there's what I can prove. So yeah, tomorrow, I mean, like I said, tomorrow's show is probably going to be a little similar to tonight's show. At the rate we're on, we will probably actually beat this game tonight. I thought maybe it'd make it of the day, but I think at this rate we will actually beat it. And, I don't know, tomorrow we'll play something else and we'll shoot the shit some more. I'll probably have more material to work with. I don't know what we'll play, but it'll be something of a one-off nature. Maybe it'll be Dragon Warrior, it could be Mario 3, something I can play where brain doesn't have to focus on this. Because, like, we're sitting here having this conversation, and, like, I don't know what percentage of my brain is focusing on the actual video game, but if it's more than 10%, I'd be shocked. Like, this is the game that just... I could be pissed drunk. I could be holding a conversation as I am doing right now, and I'm just acting on instinct at this point. And, you know, all of us have got games like that. Everyone's got a game where, like, this is as close to meditation as I'm ever gonna get as a concept. Meditation is the idea that the front of the brain has to focus on something mundane, so the rest of the brain can find peace. Something similar is happening here, but I'm not using it to find peace. I'm using it to commit verbal violence against the democratic establishment. Yeah, we're it's a just chatting stream with extra steps. I don't have to wander into just chatting and worry about all the fucking idiots who traverse into that fucking category. Quake 2 for you. Exactly, Electric Brain. The stream has helped. Everyone IRL's been walking on eggshells. I'm like, look, I'm that bitch. I just dive into it. I just rip the band-aid off. That's what I do. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We're playing with house money. Let's just fucking do the damn thing. You're exhausted. Sounds good, Vintage Vixen Shop. We'll see you next time. I mean, if I was playing GoldenEye on Agent, that would be another example. We'll see. We'll see. Wouldn't be able to use the Xbox version. My Game Pass expired. I'd have to use the actual copy, which, oh no, how horrible. Oh no, I have to use an actual copy of GoldenEye. How fucking atrocious. Oh no, how will I survive? 3,000 gold? I'll just die. Oh. Wait, never mind. I guess I'm receiving treatment. Fuck! Is the N64 working? I don't know. We'll find out. Like I've said before, and it bears repeating, I put in for one of them analog 3Ds. And a lot of naysayers are like, it can't possibly be that good. It can't upscale. It can't possibly upscale to 4K. They're not showing us any footage of the thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably true, and I don't care. Why? Because I'll take any N64 that actually has 100% hardware compatibility and won't reset at random. The thing could look just as shitty as an actual N64, and I still wouldn't give a shit because the N64 was the first console Nintendo made that was not made with Nintendium. was not made with Nintendium. It is not indestructible. First console they ever made were like, I can't actually guarantee this thing will function properly forever. Can't do it. So. Virtual Boy, though? Oof. It's a real shame they didn't make a bunch of 3DS, port a bunch of those to 3DS. I can't remember what these people say. Go see the guru in the castle of Fraternal. And what was your thing again? Dragon Slayer, I hardly know her. When you play the randomizer, they replaced a lot of lines with dumb shit like that. Like, the king, oh, I didn't vote for him. You know, shit like that. Wasn't the Virtual Boy technically a portable? Yeah, the Virtual Boy is a portable in the same sense that the Wii U is a portable. It's a portable if you're extremely creative. If you're extremely creative and carrying around a fucking power pack. Or a fucking surge suppressor. Yeah, the Virtual Boy had a stand, but like, Jesus fucking Christ. Your grandma's cartridges died long before NES and SNES ever did? Yeah. I'm playing this on my original childhood Nintendo. There are 2 Nintendos in the house. The childhood one and another one that I bought. This is the childhood one. Still fucking works. Still plays like a charm. A nuclear bomb would go off and this thing could probably still work. Now, we're not going to be able to get through this door because plot reasons. Do you need a ring to open a door? Apparently you do. Have I had to clean out or anything? Yeah, a little bit incidentally over the years. Oh, by the way, I show this off for the East Coast crowd. I want to show it off for the West Coast crowd, too, for everyone who's still here. I got a new watch. It's very nice. You're going to like it. It's very adept at telling time. I think I forgot to adjust it for daylight savings, so the time on it is wrong, but... Oh, wow, gee whiz, would you look at the time. Gosh, would you just look at the time. My, how the time flies. And how the time is a very particular design for some reason. Really wild how that works. Golly gee, would you just look at the time. What time it always is. That was actually the watch I wanted to wear to the... I actually wanted to wear the watch to the naturalization ceremony, but it didn't show up in time. So I had to go with the MiG-21 one instead. The reset at random is an issue with the power brick in the back of the same issue used to wedge it with index cards, which helped but didn't fix it completely. Right, yeah, I've got like a folded up piece of a fucking box from a Crown Royal box serving as the purpose. So like, again, if the analog 3D is literally just, it's an N64 with HDMI, that will still serve my purposes. Hi Spoon, I see you're on the prowl again. Please stop eating wig hair. Please. Hey Spoon, what are you up to? I'm just gonna... Every fucking time. Every fucking time. She says, don't pick me up. Don't kick me off here, please. I'll give you a couple of minutes. I'm actually wearing flip-flops tonight, so me standing up's not going to be a problem. See, now I have to get like 2 fucking chairs. She's meowing. She says, fucking pet me. She is actually meowing at me. I can't hear it over the music, but... She says, pet me, daddy, pet me. You got your weird funny stuff on. Please pet me. Okay. I'll give you rubs only because chat demands it. Oh, falling off. You rolled over a little too much there, girl. You don't have eyes in your butt. Yeah, she almost fell off the damn chair. She had to climb back up. Oh, I don't think she's ever solicited rubs like this from me before. This is a new development. She's never done this before. Like, she is leaning into it. She has never done this before. She says, yes, give me all the rubs. Mia used to do that. Spoon has not done that until now. Aww. And we got it on camera, exactly. You all needed Spoon's comfort. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some nights where it's like, no, I'm not getting out of this fucking chair because you're going to sit and you're going to stun lock us for 6 or 7 minutes. Tonight is the night I'm going to let it fly. Tonight is the night where you can have a couple more minutes of this cat. Do you have anything you want to say to your captive audience? Any pearls of wisdom? Anything at all? No? Nothing? What if I booped your butt? Yeah, she's pretty cute. I think we'll keep her. I think we'll keep you, you little shit. Just please let us sleep through the night for once, please. Yes, she is floating. Alright. Spoon, you're adorable, you're precious, and I love you. But I gotta take the chair back. I gotta beat the game so we can get out of here. And I gotta, I don't know, shoot off at the mouth about the Democrats a little bit more. Besides, it's getting dry down here. I think I'm starting to shock you. Okay. Spoon, we love you. You're beautiful. You're marvelous. I'm gonna send you off now, okay? I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna prepare for setting you down. Whee! And I'm gonna put you down. There you go. Spoon! The hell? Oh, don't fucking think you could do this and get away with it. Don't think you could just be all cute and think I'm gonna let that slide. You are truly your mother's cat. You know that, right? Your mother was always a goddamn rebel, and so are you. Alright, fine. We'll capitulate. You're gonna sit in my goddamn lap. You can sit there. She says, no, I sit on chair, I don't sit at all. Okay, fine. Are you really sure I can't interest you in lap? Are you really sure about that? I mean, she's rubbing up to my damn legs. Are you really sure I can't interest you in lap? Are you really sure? Hey, don't play with the key lights, please. She's a special kitty. Are you coming or going? When she sits down, I get concerned. Hey! No, out of there. She says, well, I wasn't doing anything. Yeah, well, now you're definitely not going to be doing anything. Yeah, you start wandering around. I get real fucking nervous. Why don't you go to the places you usually hang out? Kitties, what are you gonna do? Anyway, like I said, for tomorrow's show, we'll probably have some new insight. We'll have... I haven't watched Kamala's concession speech. There's, you know, probably gonna be reactions from other assholes and stuff. See if we can read the temperature of the room on libs. Let me tell you, I haven't even touched on any of this tonight. All the things we talked about, I haven't even started on this. I peeked now. I don't use Twitter anymore. I will occasionally reference Twitter if I see that someone has posted there something somewhere, like if I see it in a stream or in someone's Discord or something, but I don't scroll Twitter anymore. I deleted as many tweets as I can. I locked down my account, and it is no longer on my phone. I do not scroll it anymore. I don't even look at it in passing while I'm working. Something has to happen to compel me to look at Twitter. Except this morning, where I was like, fuck it, let's have a look. And, Reactionary Lives on Twitter had about as bad a day as you would think. And they handled the loss about as poorly as you think they did. And they immediately proceeded to blame all the people you think they blamed, despite the fact that none of those people had anything to do with it. You can't bring yourself to look at Twitter anymore. I don't fucking blame you. I don't blame you one fucking bit. I am providing no content for Twitter anymore. I am not posting anything on Twitter anymore. You find my bio on Twitter, and all you get is the picture of an unknown of one of the unknown player characters from GoldenEye as the profile picture. You worked for a conservative talk radio station, didn't know when you took the job, but you're pretty sure the email you just sent is going to get you unemployed and you'll sleep fine this eve. I mean, as long as you're taking care and you got yourself an exit strategy, by all means, feel free to burn the door down on the way out, metaphorically speaking. But the other thing, too, is ideally, they say in a crisis, put on a pot of coffee. They say there's a lot in air travel when it pertains to air travel and flight, but it sometimes applies in other things too. In a crisis, put on a pot of coffee. You don't literally have to put on the pot of coffee, but the idea is that whatever is happening, while it can be bad and threatening, may not necessarily be so urgent that it demands immediate action. Like, there's lots of things that can go wrong with an aircraft that don't demand that the pilot immediately throttle up and pull back on the flight stick. They generally have time to assess the situation, figure out what the next proper course of action is, and whatever that might be. Generally. Not always, but generally. And as it pertains to this, especially if anyone's employment status is tied to, let's say, any organization that you perceive may be acting in a manner contrary to the needs of the worker, whatever the hell designation that is. If you're working for the state, you're working for a company that has an agenda. At the end of the day, though Ayn Rand railed against whatever the piss she railed on against, she still had to exist in a system. And when she needed to take government assistance, she took it. If you seek to dismantle a system, many of us still have to exist within that system. And as I said at the top of the broadcast, help yourself before you help others. Some people may have differing opinions, so I cannot offer you a hall pass for all situations and indeed all people. But it is the opinion of the Queen Pib show that you do whatever the hell it is you gotta do to put money on it, food on the table, and a roof over your head. also not have that happen to you.
Streaks on the china, never met it before. Who can? When you drop kick your jacket, when you came through the door, no one glared. But sometimes things get turned around.
Trying to watch Mr. Belvedere.
Morning to our new arrivals. Life is more than mere survival. And we just might live a good life yet. Dun, 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 dun.
So usually I do that fight with a pair of wing boots, but the problem is I'm only sitting on one pair of wing boots and I don't want to waste it, so I unfortunately have to do that fight legitimately, as opposed to the way I usually cheeseball it, which is very unfortunate for me. Means I'm gonna have to do a much more astute job of policing these red potions. I'll give it at least one more try. But yeah, like I said, Libs on Twitter did not having a good time. Liberals, avoid blaming minorities for your candidate running on a shit-ass platform challenge. Difficulty impossible. Like, they say politics is team sports, so I'm like, if this is how you're reacting to what was so clearly coded as a possible L, I don't think you actually have it in you for team sports, to be honest. Like, I don't think they have the spoons for it. If this is how they react to a milquetoast campaign for which the warning signs were there in 4K for all to see, I don't think they have it in them to absorb an 18-1 loss. I don't think they have it in them to be New England Patriots fans who watched the undefeated Patriots get completely steamrolled by the 6th-seeded New York Giants. I don't think they would survive that. Because I would have said, look, if you enjoy the high of this, maybe just take up actual sports fandom instead. But I'm like, maybe don't actually. Maybe don't actually do that. Like I said, you might not actually have the spoons for it. Or a spoon, for that matter. Right, so this section is an extra double pain in the ass to do without using the wing boots, because I gotta deal with that, which, oh, it didn't knock me off. Okay, good. Alright, this is gonna be iffy. If we wipe here, I'm just gonna call it. This boss fight is basically the electoral version of Pennsylvania. If I don't take this, it's not happening. Okay, it's got a chance. We just took the Fazanadu equivalent of Pennsylvania, baby. Now we can go complete the blue wall, as it were. When the Patriots won the Super Bowl against the Falcons, you laugh. Yeah, that 28-3, that was beautiful. But anyway. I'm gonna take another intentional L here, so I don't have to climb out of this joint. But yeah, Libs did not have a good time on Twitter. So, I mean, again, it's a very raw day. We're all processing our feelings. We're all reacting in different ways, and many of us have different takes about what went wrong. The correct reason why everything went wrong is, as I said before, I've been sounding this alarm bell before the election. During the election, I will continue to pound on this point. Democrats are in the unwinnable position of trying to argue that capitalism can be tamed, that we can fix capitalism, like capitalism is some kind of a fucking problematic fave. It cannot be fixed. It cannot be amended. It cannot be rehabilitated. Capitalism is doing what capitalism does. It is extracting value from labor and giving none as little of it as possible to labor. There's no fixing that with liberalism. None of it whatsoever. Liberalism is a completely failed ideology, and as I said before, I've said it before on social media, I said in the Discord, we had our discussion, I'm saying it now, and I'll say it tomorrow. The Democrats must adapt or die. There's no coming back from this if they come away from this with, oh, maybe we should pivot harder to the right. There's no coming back from it. Because go figure, you know what that pivot to center right provided? 0 meaningful Republican votes. Like I said, I'm telling you, Liz Cheney was an op. Liz Cheney was an op. And I refuse to believe otherwise. Liz Cheney was 400 billion% an op. A Republican op to lull the Democrats into a false sense of security and to torpedo their own chances. So, that's where I'm at. Anyway, I'm gonna beat the game now. You may go bold of you to assume that standing from here. Nah, the game's beaten, doesn't even know it yet. Yeah, the system isn't broken, it's functioning as designed. Yeah. It's never supposed to be fair. This isn't America. Yeah, actually it is. So many Republican voters, so many Trump voters continuing and ongoing economic concerns that have existed since long before 2016 all continue to be unaddressed by any administration and continue to be exploited by the Republicans for electoral gain. And the Democrats could offer no meaningful alternative. You live in a neighborhood full of Arab refugees. You hate liberals more than you ever thought possible after seeing the blame game today? Oh, yeah. Either the Democrats have to completely have a reckoning and expunge all of their corporate interests, or something else is going to have to rise up to take their place. Because this is not sustainable. And like I said, left unchanged, I'm not voting for a presidential Democratic ticket ever again. I'll show up to the ballot, I'll vote for the senator, I'll vote for the rep, I'll vote for the statewide initiatives that I need to vote down, but there's one clip I keep coming back to, and I'm going to pull it up right now as the closing mention before we get ready to wind down for the evening here. This is the clip I keep coming back to. This is why I can't quit Family Guy. This is why I keep coming back to them, because they have a few legendary bangers like this. Here's me talking to the Democrats.
Brian, check it out. I made a water slide in the house. Yeah!
Let's start that one again.
Brian, check it out. I made a water slide in the house. Yeah! Ow!
I'm not going to call the hospital because you won't learn anything if I do.
At some point, stupid has to hurt. I'm sorry. They keep misreading the room, they keep fucking everything up, and they want us to keep bailing them out. Stupid has to hurt at some point. Like, okay, this is the real closing thought of the show. This is as close to, you know how Jerry Springer used to always end with some kind of monologue? This is the closest thing to my Jerry Springer closing monologue. I, as an individual, depending on the circumstances of a situation, have an internal schematic I keep in my head that weighs, how much am I willing to sit here and tell you not to put the fork in the electrical socket before I just raise my hands and go, okay, put the fork in the electrical socket, see what happens. There reaches a point where it becomes faster to just let you do the stupid thing than to continuously explain to you why the stupid thing is the stupid thing. And at some point, I just go, all right, put the fork in electrical socket. Psst. That didn't feel good, did it? You gonna do that again? Oh, you are. All right, I'm gonna go find the circuit breaker because I don't want you running up the bill. And I mean, I'm not saying I went into this. Like I said, I voted for the ticket. I voted them up and down. I just became an American citizen 2-3 weeks ago. I registered and I voted. I did exactly what the Democratic Party establishment wants people to do. I registered. I became an American citizen. I have a vote. I'm not looking forward to getting jury duty notices at some point. I did everything these people want me to do. But they could not convince the others to do it. They could not. They ran a ticket that did not appeal to people, did not fix anything. Supposedly they were going to legalize weed, but they only said that 3 days to go on Twitter. So, at some point, stupid has to hurt. And this election has basically been our equivalent of let the Democrats stick the fork in the electrical outlet. The big question is going to be if they learn the lesson or if they keep sticking the fork in the electrical outlet. Only time will tell on that one. All right, folks, we have been live for 5 hours. We started a little early tonight. You've been beautiful. You've been marvelous. But, like many of you, I do have to participate in capitalism tomorrow. So we are going to start to wind down for the evening. Well, that was certainly a broadcast. Certainly not the show I thought I'd be doing when I woke up yesterday. But, you know, I go with the punches. We're certified freak 8 days a week. Well, really 4 days a week. If I got 2 feet, a heartbeat, and a smile on my face, we do not cancel shows. Even if it's not a smile, even if it's just more like a... We still go forward with the show. And tomorrow, again, probably going to be more of the same, more of a chill vibe. We'll play something familiar, something that where really the gameplay is immaterial, and we're just, you know, continuing to discuss new concepts, new topics that come up. Maybe we relitigate some of the other ones. We fine-tune some of the multitude of ways in which this horribly failed, and we'll go from there. Like I said, I left the schedule intentionally open because I didn't know if... Well, first of all, this isn't what I thought I'd be doing at all. I kind of figured I would just be doing generic programming until the race got called for Kamala mid through my show. That was the best guess as to what I thought I'd be doing. So I was deliberately just going to be playing, you know, something immaterial I could stop on a dime, but now it wound up being something immaterial so I could shoot off at the mouth for 5 fucking hours. But like I said, we kept the schedule vague to allow for this sort of thing. And the more serialized nature of the show, where like one game is being played for several shows on end, will begin on Sunday. And I'm going to tell you right now, for no reason in particular, BioShock is currently the favorite. Lots of things can happen between now and the Sunday show, but BioShock is the present favorite. We'll see what happens. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of graffitis. Your biddies, raids, subs, and tippies to this channel will never require it, always appreciate, and we love to shout you out at the end of the show. Thanks for the stream, you're welcome. Look, I may not always have all the answers, and some of the answers I give might be off base, but at the end of the day, I'm going to try and do right by these people because they fucking deserve it. All right, let's see here. Flounder, thank you for the resub. Kitsune Koji for the resub. Little Black Dress for the resub. Sapphire Ghost for the raid. Roaring Shih Tzu for the resub. The 4 years, that is, if I'm reading this properly. And Kitsurito for the prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you sub to the channel, you can grab the first one. If you ain't sub to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around. Not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world we happen to call Twitch here. Let's see. I might, I mean, I don't really think I have any political people going at this hour, so it's probably just gonna be a handful of people just playing stuff and going, fuck it, dang! You know, that sort of thing. So I'm gonna check this target. I'm gonna check, this target here. And I'm checking 3 targets here. All right. Tell you what, I've seen lots of people play this game, and I've never played it before. And I'm learning at some point I have to, but I have to use like a hacked save file so I can use some like extremely lewd and inappropriate character outfit the main character has. Azure Kyler, friend of the channel, Kyler, is playing Haunting Ground. Let's check that out. I can never remember if that's meant to be like a spiritual successor like Silent Hill or Clock Tower. It's like one of these fucking things. Let's see what she's up to on over there. I mean, the character's got big boobs. What's not to like? Again, we'll be live next tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. What we do tomorrow night will be similar to what we did tonight. The actual game that's being played is not written in stone. Some names have been thrown around tonight. You've heard Mario 3, you've heard Dragon Warrior, you've heard GoldenEye for the N64. We will pick something. I don't know what, but hey, we'll get there and we'll figure out what the hell we want to do. Thank you so much for the stream. Save you from doom scrolling. You're welcome. I serve and I serve and I serve in many ways, and in some place it's screaming into the microphone so you don't have to. They'll be live tomorrow night. We'll play something. It's gonna be more of this. And you know what? For this moment, it ain't. That's not a bad thing. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked, for put up with my bullshit we had the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we will see you next time. Good night, everyone. We're up against the clock. We gotta go. Bye!